Boom. On time. On time. I just forgot to turn on the music. I have it open. I just forgot to turn it on. It doesn't count for anything. It's fine. That's good. Yeah. On time. Okay, let me ping the Discord. Chilling. Hey, you got first egg. Congrats. You're officially first. Do not open in that window. Thank you. It's been too long. Well, guess what? You know what else has been too long since? It's been too long since I've been on time. Today I was on time. Not a minute late. Not a minute. Not a millisecond. None at all. On time. Also, I need to turn down this display's brightness. Which reminds me, I have to check. I might have to check. Oh, do I remember my theory for this? Oh, piece of junk. Okay, we're chilling. Pretty sure knight f6 is the move here. Ah, let me try to remember my theory. Was it d5? Oh, it's been too long since I studied this, and this is the first time I've gotten it in a real game. My life has been very dramatic this week, but I still be grinding the chess. That's good. Good chaotic or good dramatic or bad dramatic? Like things are happening dramatic or just people being frustrating dramatic? Bad dramatic. Ugh. No, it's not d5, because d5 in this position is met by bishop takes f6. And then if he takes on d5, then I've just completely missed the point of the position. It might be c6 then. It also might be g6. Also might be e6. I think it's e6 here. I think it's e6. I could be wrong. NFL free agency? I'm not sure what that means. Got stabbed like 7 times in the leg. Got acid through him. Wait, what? Got killed and brought back to life? But wait, is that just news or is... Yeah, British bottom text. NFL free agency? What does that mean? So pretty much players without a team can sign a new contract with a different team. Okay. Does the queue work? Oh, I forgot to open it. Whoopsie. It's open. I fixed it. I always forget something. We got it out of the way early. Okay, yeah, but why did you just say NFL free agency? Like, I understand vaguely how the NFL works. This knight wants to go somewhere. Here? I kind of gave him the g6 square now that I'm thinking about it. My team has a lot of money they can spend, and I hope they do something with it. Ah! Okay, so it's news about your team. This bishop needs to get developed. He might be going knight h4 to go knight g6. That's possible. I'm going to centralize the knight. Maybe play knight f4 if I have time. b6, bishop b7 looks rational. I don't think I've played this correctly. I think I've forgotten my theory somehow, somewhere. But, honestly, it doesn't look too bad. Like, I regularly play much worse. I forgot that last clap, I just realized. Like, I don't think I'm worse here, right? I've got pretty good control over some of the squares. Again, the g6 square is a little weak. Maybe h6 wasn't accurate. Because I did kind of give him a square. d5 is actually a mistake. d5 is a known mistake in that position, I'm pretty sure. Because knight h5 and then takes on d5 and white's just better. There's this one player that would be great, and apparently they have interest in. I would be very happy if they signed him. Also, how are you? Pretty good, actually. I'm pretty happy with this position, actually. I kind of gave him knight h5. I'm actually doing pretty darn well. Life's going. Faster than I want it to, if I'm being honest. You know what? I could sack the exchange if he went knight h5. I could like go knight d4. That'd be an interesting move. Then if he takes the rook, I take the knight, and then if he takes here, I play. Ah, no, he can take with queen. That's the problem. Never mind. I am not going to watch your YouTube video on stream. I appreciate the enthusiasm. I can't see a reason. I mean, this doesn't. Blunder's mate. That's probably a good reason not to play it. An idiot. Does it actually blunder mate though? If I take, he goes check. King f8. Queen h8. King e7. Am I stupid for considering this? Probably. I mean, he's uncastled. It can't be that sound. And what else do I do? This could be stupid. This is like, there's a 99% chance this is stupid. But I don't see how he punishes me. I don't see it. I might be missing it. I've missed things before. Hey, what's up, Gong? But I don't see how I die. I don't see my death in this position. Now, maybe that's a tactical thing. And if it is, then I'm in misery, but... Because, like, takes with bishop here, how do you punish me? And then I can go bishop b7, and once these connect, I don't see it. I've got some strong pieces. And you have one check, which isn't productive. I'm up a pawn. If you can't kill me, then I'm just up a pawn. Now, if you can kill me, I'm dead. But, you know, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to pretend that I'm right. Good deal? Again, if I get bishop b7, then I think that's really hard for him to do anything. If you can kill me, I'm dead. No, I'm telling you, this stream is full of wisdom. Okay, hold on a second. If I play rook takes f2, you're not threatening anything. Or even like queen h4 somehow. I mean, currently you're not threatening anything. You're only threatening to take my rook. Rook takes f2, I don't see the problem. This is... Now I'm getting stupid. We've long passed the point of boldness. Now this is just stupid. And, like, really shouldn't work. This, I'm worried about like g3, and then I have to give up an exchange, and I'm not in love with that. I mean, I guess I could play rook f7. That gives him this with tempo. I don't like that either. If they trade rooks, I'm happy. I win a knight there. Unless he trades queens first. He might castle long. That's the thing I'm most worried about, is him castling long. Because if he castles long, there's a chance I just die. I think I have queen g5 check and just take the knight, and he's too much... Was this the Dutch? Yeah, it was a Staunton Gambit. Where I forgot my theory. And so I decided to just play terrible chess instead. Once again, what's the threat? Why can't I just take his bishop? Am I stupid? No, take his bishop. Well, even if he has rook f1, I have bishop f2, and that's... Or rook f2. I don't... What did Feingold say? This check, I just go up, and there's no knight check to continue it. I mean, there is, and then takes, he could take my... Ah, yeah, no, that doesn't work. I'm taking this. He can't castle either way, so he can't fix his own king. What do you mean Feingold said something about the federal cheese mines? That's my shtick. It's pretty crazy, not gonna lie to you. I don't see it. I think he's coping. Because he takes the rook I take, he plays king takes, and then I go queen f6. And I'm celebrating. Except if he goes king e2, then I can't take the knight. Because then he has rook f1 and he traps my queen. Oh, that's weird. Or like he messes with my... Oh, let's trade queens, friend. Oh, let's trade queens. Let's absolutely trade queens. You and me, let's go. I'm more than satisfied to trade queens in this position. Beyond satisfied. Your knight only has one square. I'm going to take this. Oh, we are chilling. I also have a piece. Why do you think I'm so satisfied with this turn of events? I'm up a piece, and his knight's trapped. I mean, he can get it out, but that just is a piece trade, and piece trades benefit me. So again, I'm not going to win the knight. That's not the point. The point is, he has to trade it. I have no idea, Norwegian. Your Stusho has fallen for me here. I mean. D5 is pretty funny, but it's pinned, so there's not really a lot he can do. Well, Alco GPT still has your correct follow age, so I don't know, man. Okay, who needs theory, honestly? Who needs theory in the Staunton Gambit when you can just win? Am I right, fellas? Theory is absolutely for nerds. That's what I'm saying. And for all my faults, I'm no nerd. Again, his pawns are a little scary, but I would take the piece over the pawns. Especially since I have pawns too, so I can even like sack the piece back if I need to and still be winning, you know? Then like this is my plan. I'm just trying to trade. Sack rook and double pawn, smart idea. It could be. I don't think it's necessary, though. If the knight wasn't trapped, I would consider it. But I don't have to. I don't have to. I can do this and just trade equal material. Unless he wants to give me the exchange. Why give him more material than he deserves? His knight's trapped. See what I mean? Look at this. Now I just push this. And my pawns are a lot harder to stop than his because I got a bishop to sack. I'm just going to sack this bishop for his pawns if they get too far and I get scared. He got himself into quite a pickle. He's got himself into quite the pickle. Like I said, his pawns, a lot easier to stop than mine. A lot easier to stop than mine. That was a really, like, that entire sentence was one word. Goodness gracious. I like moving the king here. Guards the bishop, guards the pawn, guards any checks. Yeah. Knock yourself out, buddy. I push again. And then I block the rook with bishop. This position's done. It's over. This is very easy for me to win now. The only issue is time, but I can definitely win this with a minute 44. Like, come on. Rook h7, I don't need... I couldn't play rook h7, but I don't need to. What? I'm trying to win fast. I'm not trying to win precise. Getting a queen is how I win fast. Do you play Hyper Bullet? No, not really. I don't play Bullet at all. Much less Hyper Bullet. Look at that. Easy peasy. I can join a conservative liberal policy institute think tank in Norway called Civita. Is it Chivita, Civita, Kivita? How's the C pronounced? I was in Oslo this weekend for a few lectures. One of them was held by an earlier state secretary in the Ministry of Justice. It was about immigration. I have almost gone from being pro, basically open immigration, thinking about having really strict immigration policies. And I feel betrayed for myself. Immigration is all an issue about what your goal is. It's completely a goals thing. That's the problem about immigration. When either side makes it really simple, that's when you got a problem. What do you want from your society? And that's it. More like irrigation, where my early farmer's at. True. Let's go. B5 incoming. That's unusual. Bishop f4 is always a nice move. It just prevents him from playing moves that he wants to play. On the other hand, sometimes it's a waste of a tempo. Yeah, no, I'll play it. Because him going here and takes benefits me, because then I prevent e5 for the rest of his life, and e5 is his plan. Conservative liberal is what he said, yeah. Which, I'm going to be honest, I don't know the difference, but I assume there is one, because I don't think he would specify if there wasn't. He's been here long enough that I trust that it's not a red pillar convention. I want to go like here, but I don't know if it's good. Like takes followed by something like this could also be a plan. You know what? I'm just going to castle and give him the move. I've been pretty happy with a trade of light squared bishops in this position, and I don't think he'll go for it. Discards the pawn. Liberal isn't actually liberal. I get all the political terms confused, if I'm being honest. That's part of the reason I don't associate with him, because I feel like I think this benefits me. See, this prevents knight c4 as well, which looks like the best square for it. That rook looks pitiful. How do I improve my pieces? Knight g4 is the only other good square for his knight. I want to play f4. I want to make his pieces worse. This might be stupid. I am creating a pawn weakness, but I think his knight being terrible is worth it. Or he lets me take on c4, which is also good. Imagine losing to Fabi. Cringe. Couldn't be me. I've never lost to Fabi. I have no plans to lose to Fabi, even. I don't even think I ever will lose to Fabi. I think that's just how built different I am. Like, I would be shocked if I ever lost to Fabi. I'm struggling to find good moves in this position, if I'm being honest. If I ever lose to Fabi, I'll simply cease to exist, based. Conservative liberalism came from Edmund Burke, like all conservative ideologies, and is a big thing in Nordic countries. See conservative ideas like family structures being important to change and preserve stand strong. But individual freedom, for example, is also important. So it's basically a hybrid ideology trying to get the best of both worlds. Okay. That's interesting. I could see it. Immigration policy is a hard one for that, then. I mean, like I said, immigration policy is hard for everybody. That's not a... that's not exclusive to conservative liberalism, or whatever you said it was called. Is the front runner for the new Bond? Oh. I could see it, to be fair. Or, sorry, it's Cillian Murphy. I'm sorry, I mispronounced it. Fake fan. I swear I know how to pronounce Cillian Murphy. The Sicilian for bullet. Is the Sicilian good for bullet? actually don't know. I wouldn't think it is. I would imagine it's not very good. This might be a stupid move. That rook looks really suspicious, man. That's a sussy rook right there. How is he getting it out? It's like real close to trapped. I am probably not a liberal conservative, but the entirety of the right in Norway is a part of it, okay? Because the main party on the right is a very much liberal conservative, and the classic liberals, social liberals, and libertarian people flock around them for prime minister candidate, which I think is good because it makes the width for discussion big, and because there isn't really as much of an echo chamber as there would be otherwise. Interesting. It's really close to trap, but I can't see how to trap it. Give me a second. Maybe I can't. Maybe I'm hallucinating, but like... Because here he has rook a2. That's the problem. If I prep... Yeah. I mean, I could go here and then knight a2. That might be stupid, but it might not be. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I suspect there's not a huge overlap between anyone even resembling right-wing and socialism. I mean, yeah, I guess that is a very good rook endgame for him. Yeah, no, I underestimate how good this was. I get my exchange back, but in return he gets infinite play. Wait, where was communism brought up? Hello, Cold Gold. It's a fun name to say. I need some counterplay in this position. I need to actually make some moves. Yeah, you're in. There was also a lecture by Professor in theological history. It wouldn't be theology history. That doesn't sound right. Theology is a noun, not an adjective. It would be theological history. Or religious history, or something along those lines. Anyway. He had written a lot about Buddhism, but also anti-Semitism, especially anti-Semitism on the left. He had a very interesting lecture on the situation in the Middle East. He was very much pro-Israel, and I disagreed with him on some points, but he was really interesting. He was very much pro-Israel. How did he defend that stance? Because I, like, find that a difficult sort of thing to get, because that's what I mean. I don't exactly love Hamas, but like, at this point I just don't feel pro or either one. I just feel like I'm against both, which is terrible. Plausible, yeah. I'm getting murdered. Yeah. Well, what you gonna do, right? Can't decide if I want to go forward and try to do something silly that won't work, or if I should go backwards and try to hold an endgame that I can't hold. At the end of the day, I'm just trying to figure out what's most practical. So I feel like if I go this way, I'm either getting mated or it's easy, or it's harder for him to win. I'll go back and then play rook h1. Is there anti-Semitism in Israel? And he criticized the current government on numerous occasions. I don't think it's... I think you can be against anti-Semitism while still not agreeing with Israel's... while still not being pro-Israel. Yeah, that makes sense. Anti-Zionist? Well, yeah, that's... I mean, still, I don't think you have to be anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. Maybe I'm wrong about that one. Maybe that's a shade too far, but... Yeah, I know what Zionism is. I'm familiar with that at least. I need to at least make his life difficult, right? Here. This might be the wrong square. Now I take with check at least. Yeah, but now it's losing rook and pawn endgame. Well, you know, we tried. I'm gonna keep trying because I don't believe in resignation, but like... Now it's pretty clearly over. I mean, he could just... And that's fine too, but... Yeah, he has 3 minutes on the clock to win this. I sure hope he can win 3 minutes. Well, of course there's going to be the people who are anti-Semitic are going to be anti-Israel. Naturally, that's like obvious. So of course, if like statistically, if you're anti-Zionist, you're more likely to be anti-Semitic. But that doesn't mean that you have to be. That's like no rational person is going to dispute that. Obviously. It's the same as saying if you're an atheist, you're more likely to be anti-religion. You know? It's like, okay, atheists aren't the only ones who can be anti-religion, but they make up the vast majority. And just because you're atheist doesn't mean you're anti-religion. You know? That's a meaningless statistic. I dumb down only because I'm on stream. And also, to make an argument that's very easy to dispute on your point if I'm misunderstanding you. Yeah, exactly, but it's still... I'm not saying you have to be. I'm saying it's the bias, from a bias perspective. It makes sense that it'll be a bias. No, I got you. I'm just saying. Like, it would make a lot more sense for there to be an anti-Israel bias if you're anti-Semitic. I'm sure, like anything else, like racism in general, you know, there are racists who believe different things about what you should do about it. That's fair. I respect that. I'm gonna play Bishop D7 first. Yeah, it's difficult when one person's in voice and the other one is typing, because with typing, you, not you as Norwegian, but you as a human being just can't keep up the same. Typing is simply slower than speaking, even with a fairly fast typing speed. I want to talk about how cringe Anarchy is? Yes. Always. Hello, Callum. Welcome back. I'm just going to win this game real quick, gain some elo, and then change the title, and then we move on with our lives. Plan? Is this a tanky chat? No. I don't like communism at all. And like, even worse, like pro-Russia communism. Like pro-USSR communism, I shouldn't say. What's the deal with anarchy? It's going pretty well, Callum. I'm a little tired, but I'm always a little tired. That's just a given at this point. What's wrong with anarchism? I think it's a little optimistic. And, you know, anarchism in general doesn't have a great human rights record, but how much of that is due to anarchism? Yeah, so. What's a tanky? A talkie? Wait, you said tanky, right? A tanky is someone who's pro-USSR communism, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong about that. Being fully rested is? Yes, that's what I want to talk about, Cole. Imagine being fully rested and, like, being productive. And, like, doing things with your life. Why would you want that? Ooh. That's a weird move. I guess it's not that weird, but I feel like it gives me central squares. Maybe it does, but he just doesn't care. I mean, I definitely have f5 for my knight now, but I guess he plays g4, but even then. Interesting. I mean, he doesn't have a light squared bishop, so worst case scenario, I just play for the light squares. Which, what would that look like? The problem is if I go d4, he can go knight e4. Although maybe I take and it's not even bad for me. I'm a little worried to give him these double pawns, though, because I feel like those help him more than me. He wants a close position because he has the knight pair. So if I do something like a6, he's very likely to play d4. That being said, if I go knight f5, is g4 something to worry about? Because after g4, I don't exactly have a good square for the knight. It would feel like it's not, because I feel like that pawn's weak, but maybe it isn't. No, because the knight's weak. Yeah, no, that's a bigger problem. And maybe I can just go d4 in response to g4. How is democracy not inherently anarchistic? If it gives control to people to decide their future? Because democracy, and well, democracy is not a full political system. It's an electoral system. And additionally, by electing people to be in charge, you're inherently not anarchy, because there's laws, there's rules that people have to abide by. And so imposing those rules on people is necessarily, maybe not anti-anarchistic, but isn't anarchistic. Because to my understanding, anarchy as a system, the whole point is there is nothing, no specific rule. Well, I usually avoid saying my position on politics either. We're just discussing it from an intellectual perspective. Builds a hierarchy in the long run? Well, forget it in the long run. Just in general, you are creating laws that everyone has to abide by. I'm pretty sure that's not anarchy. Yeah, see, this is what I just realized, is that this square is super weak. And now I have bishop h6, and so now we're targeting some weaknesses. Now we're making him have some problems. And this bishop's looking mighty fine. I love this move if it's a good move. Like, if this is possible, it's amazing. I'm kind of regretting it. Maybe it was better to go knight e7 to go to d5 to reroute. Because d5 better targets f4. Yeah, no, that's way better. I'm stupid. All justifications for authority and seeks to abolish institutions it claims maintain unnecessary coercion and hierarchy. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, no, I played this wrong. Queen here was incorrect. This was a Patzer move. This was... Ooh, checkmate. This move had no good justification. I regret everything. And also on a completely practical level, if you somehow get the definition version of anarchy, someone will try to take power at some point. Well, yeah. Forget actually being good or not. It's inherently unsustainable. Which, I mean, being inherent unsustainability as a feature is not something I like in my political ideologies. I mean, to some degree, anarchy is just society without law. Exactly. But eventually someone's going to gain enough power to make a law and kill everyone who disagrees. Right? Which ends in dictatorship, like Norwegian was saying. Which, it's annoying. I just had a public finance class. A public finance class a few days back. And one of the things in the public finance class that the professor was talking about is they said, okay, first thing to get out of the way. Public finance. The amount of money put into public finance and the amount of government spending will always go up. Don't tell me about your political system or your new plan. It will always go up. No exceptions. You can have whatever magical strategy you want to keep it down. It'll go up. Which I thought was very funny. And also very based. Maybe I should be scared here, but I'm not. Because now this is a move. But do the people really have the power in an anarchy? Again, that's what I mean. It's a little optimistic. Like, if you assume that the system worked, then yeah, I suppose, but... That's what I mean. That's why I said it's optimistic, because I don't think... See, here's the issue. I think his attack is stronger than mine because I don't have any good pawn breaks. That's what I get for wasting a tempo. Maybe I break on the queen side. I'm going to go h5. I think it might be bad. Exactly. Yeah, it becomes that. That's why I said I feel like it's optimistic. The nice part is that my bishop and queen here do a pretty good job preventing any g-pawn pushes. Because it's very difficult to push the g-pawn without me getting to h1. Maybe he tries to sack the rook. No, but he can't because I still have queen takes on g2. Yeah, so I'm going to push on the queen side and basically tell him to his face, you have nothing. If I'm right, we're chilling and I win. If I'm wrong, I pretty much lose on the spot. How's that sound? Wait, f5, e takes, rook takes, g takes, queen takes, king g8, queen g5, king h7, queen takes h5, king g8. Doesn't look clear. No, I do think we need less government interference in personal life, but you don't need anarchy to believe that. Yeah. Counterpoint, Norwegian. Do the people really have the power in a democracy? If he takes on Pisana, I take with pawn. People have power in democracy. That was a question. I'm not sure. Because he's kind of suppressed a little bit. I've got some central space that gives me a small advantage. Now, whether or not I can take advantage of that advantage is a different matter entirely, but... The annoying part is I have to take with bishop here. If I could take with rook, it'd be glorious, because then I could get like my rook to a1 and I'd win. But he can take on f7. And I had to play king to h7, because if I didn't, he'd go f4, f5, followed by bishop h6, and I would lose that way. So it's annoying the way this worked out, because it kind of forced me to play moves that... while not terrible, I didn't really want to play. I remember watching you when you review games. You told me I played like Magnus once. Really? It's possible. Magnus has a very particular style. It says first time chat. Is this a new Twitch account? I've had a few people named Chance in my stream. The one I remember most off the top of my head is Trip Chance. Magnus style is just everything? I wouldn't say that's true. Magnus style is the endgame stuff. Now, he can do everything, but like the positions he chooses. This is a new account? Actually, let's trade queens. Let's get all these attacks out of the way. Brett Slam. I don't remember a Brett Slam. Maybe you existed, but I do not remember a Brett Slam. Who's for choice in this endgame? Probably me, right? I mean, it's objectively, draw is probably the most likely outcome. But I still like my position. Yeah, we're going to trade rooks, and it's going to be a dead draw. Yuck. Okay, well... I'm not winning. There's no advantage. It's opposite colored bishops. Driest thing on the planet. I'm going to try anyway, but... taking does not help me. It helps him. I'm not sure I agree with that move anyway, though. Feels counterproductive. Maybe I should have prevented his king from entering with my bishop. That might have been better. It's so hard to even pretend to have an advantage here. I mean, you could still mess it up, right? Like that, for example. I don't like that move. I saw that, but I thought I just had this and this, and it looked annoying for him to deal with. Maybe I was wrong, but... Yeah, I guess the problem is I can't really force anything, because as soon as I try to, he gets to play bishop a5. That stinks. Watch, he's going to just do this. Yeah. Can I do anything? Do I even have something stupid like F6? Like, I'm going to try it because he has no time. But... because it's not the most obvious, right? Because then I go bishop g6 and and c and e4, and maybe I have something. Might be stupid, but whoever came up with libertarianism kind of cooked. Yeah, but I feel like libertarianism has the same problem with anarchism, where it's inherently self-destructive. I can't take it. Oh, that's so annoying. That's so annoying. Now I lost the game. Look at me go. This is why I should just, like, accept drawn endgames when they're drawn. I always do this to myself. I try to win these endgames that I have no business trying to win, and then I die. I always do this to myself, man. Not quite made it yet. He has 30 seconds to find a mate in this position. I mean, come on. Yeah. I had no business trying to win that. From my understanding, libertarianism allows for less radical ideas than just abolishing all form of government. Well, yeah. No, but I'm not saying it's obviously not as bad as anarchism. Plus, I don't... like... I know it's the... hello, Void. I know it's the very generic criticism of libertarianism, but there's a reason, right? I feel like libertarianism really struggles with anyone who's not, like, physically very capable. Elderly, mentally... what... I know... I don't remember what the actual acceptable term for... being unable to finish mental development, I suppose, is the way I want to put it. Elderly, debilitated, people with mental struggles. The star is an economic idea? That's true, but it's like inherently becomes one, because I don't think you can have a political ideology that's not, at the end of the day, also a economic ideology, because like they're so tied. Assuming a centralized currency, which, to be fair, you don't technically have to assume centralized currency, but we have up until this point. But even then, you run into the same problem. Sounds like a League of Legends song. Okay, so it looks like Egg isn't here. Which means it's Rexport's turn. So, like, it's easy for me as a physically capable, mentally capable human being to be like, oh yeah, libertarianism based. But, like, again, elderly, poor, and disabled. Very often. In the sense that the EU made me illegal. Ever grab a game? Please do. Talking communism? I like communism even less. I don't think I have a political ideology that I like at this point. I think that's the real problem. I'm still shopping. I'm still on the market for a political ideology. Because, see, I feel like every political ideology, at some point, assumes that people are good at this one thing. Like, okay, yeah, people are evil, but for this one thing, they'll shape up. You know what I mean? Yeah, people are terrible, but this one thing, they can do it. But that's what you... if you're going to organize a society, you have to have something, I suppose. That you can't have a zero trust system, because then you don't have a system, you have anarchy, which will just devolve into an even worse system than the one you originally dismissed. Well, rules are irrelevant if you don't enforce them. Like, come on. That's my point. Anarchism assumes people will follow rules without enforcement. Let's make a political system that constantly changes. You don't like something? Don't worry. Tomorrow will be completely different. Unironically, not a bad idea. The problem is, like my public finance professor said, the amount of public spending and the amount of government infrastructure will only go up. It will never go down. So you will only change to a system that is more infrastructure heavy than the previous one. And eventually you'll reach like totalitarianism or something. Anarchism is the gateway drug to totalitarianism? Actually, kind of. Political apathy? I wouldn't say apathy. Because I'm not saying, oh, there isn't one that works. I'm saying I'm still on the market for one that works. I'm still looking. I don't have a ton of faith that there's one that works, but c5, c3, bishop e7, b3, castles, bishop e2, cxd, cxd, knight c6, bishop d3. Okay. So far, completely normal. Yeah, I mean, no comment. G6 is a little odd. This is the first move I don't love. This is the first move I don't love. The reason I don't love it is because your kingside dark squares feel a little problematic. Now, in that case, now, I say I don't love it, but if you went with a kind of idea like this, and then tried to push e5, then I would forgive you. Political nihilism is the position holding no political goals whatsoever, except for the complete destruction of all existing political institutions. That's like actual nihilism. I don't have any, there's no objective thing that matters, except this one thing that I'm totally right about. Principles, values, and social institutions that hold up? Of course not. I believe very strongly in principles and values, but I don't, like, even that assumes that every political system and structure we have in current society is terrible. Right? Which it isn't. There are good things. You know? we have pretty good enforcement of don't murder people. Not perfect enforcement, but we have pretty decent enforcement of don't murder people, which is pretty important. That's what I mean. Name some good politicians. Define a good politician. So if you so again, this move I don't like because it weakens your dark squares. But if you had a plan like this, then I would kind of let you cook. Now, even in that case, I'll probably prefer to play rook e8 first. But it's neither here nor there. G6. Also, I don't like that your bishop is still here. Like, get this sucker out. G6, bishop G2, queen D7. Queen D7 I really don't like. Okay. Oh, okay. No. Hey, Varn, thanks so much for the raid. I've been doing pretty darn well. College just started, so I'm now perpetually tired again, but otherwise life's good. And like I'm not having any problems with my classes. I'm enjoying my classes by and large, but queen D7 I hate. Bishop B7, okay. Yeah, I don't think he was trying to insult you, Rexpor. E4, dx e4, knight xe4, knight xe4, bishop takes c4, rook a d8. Put your bishop... see, now you have to play bishop f6. This bishop is, like, your dark squares are catastrophic. You have to do something about them. And rook ad doesn't lose because you have time to do it later, but you keep putting off doing something about your dark squares, and I have a feeling that if your opponent starts to take advantage of it, you might lose the game. How have you been, Var? Bishop f6, bishop e2. Okay, well, he just gives you a pawn. Well, that simplifies things, I suppose. Okay. Then just going into the same color bishop endgame. Okay, you should be for choice. Now, I would be playing a5 if I were you. Maybe a5 isn't good. Maybe bring your king in immediately. Actually, g5 is probably... yeah, I like g5. I like g5. Dab. Similar, I suppose. That's good. I feel like it's life at this point. F5 I don't care for. The reason I don't care for F5, same color bishop endgame. You want to put your pawns on the opposite color squares. You want to put them on this square, on dark squares. How about F6 here? F6 I like a lot more than F5. F6, yeah, F6 I like. It just allows F4, right? And you have to decide if you want to allow F4. That's the nice thing about G5 is G5 prevents F4 and H4, and he has to play like G3 to get either one, which he wants to play F4 here. That's his next move if he's allowed to play it. So G5 is a little prophylactic, but this is probably totally fine. I would play it. I'm not sure I would find G5. I would probably play F6 if it were me playing the game. But okay, F5, again, you want your pawns on dark squares. And now if your opponent plays F5 here, you're going to have a heck of a time winning. You're winning, but you're going to have a heck of a time. Because now he's locked some of your pawns onto these light squares, and they're going to act as weaknesses for a very long time. Now you could probably immediately sack and get pawn. It's still winning, but it's like... E5, G3, H6, okay. G5, good stuff. King F6, good. F4, good, I like it. I like A5 too, takes. King E5, and see, now he has to deal... okay, now he just gives you another pawn. And now, sure. Freeze the pawns, no problem whatsoever. Very clean. This is very clean. Yeah. Why have to think? Yeah, why have to think? Just go and take these and go on a magical journey. Yeah. Perfect. He didn't want to... here I didn't want to stalemate, so I just gave up the pawns. Honestly, totally fine. Like I said in the previous game, you want an easy win, not a precise win. Now, here, the difference is you never stalemate him because he has pawns over here, so he can push. Right? And then you checkmate him. So you never can stalemate him here, so it's not necessary. However, yeah. However, I really don't care. This is a very easy path to winning, and you have the time on the clock to go for it. Why not? Why not? Yeah. I have no problem with you playing like this. Again, my problems in the game were, one, you delayed the development of the light squared bishop a little longer, a hair longer than I would have liked you to. It makes me uncomfortable. And then two, you played g6 and really took a long time to get something onto the dark squares here, which also made me uncomfortable. So none of the moves were terrible. I just got a little uncomfortable. Now, e4 I kind of disagree with. I don't like having two queens versus nothing. I prefer queen and rook to think less about stalemate. I agree, Var, but who cares? That's not a real redemption, Toaster. Because now something like this, you might be worse. You actually have to think. Now that's a real one. No, that's completely irrational, though. Again, I would go for the mate there because, you know, you see his pawns that he can move, there's no stalemate. Again, the delayed development of your pieces has me a little antsy. Like, even here, I'd probably rather play bishop a6. Because in this position, I'm thinking, okay, white's never going to play e4. Now, he played e4, but I don't think he should have. Or I don't think he should have nearly as quickly as he did. In bullet, it's probably a critical strategy. Oh, I'm sure, but I just don't play bullet because I hate bullet. It's a skill issue. I'm mad because bad. As a wise man once said, give the toaster one free maniacal laugh a day. Wait, why? I'm with you on that. He played e4 because we're both subbed out 1100? Yeah, no. Also, move 10 looks strange. G6? G6 I don't hate. However, I think it demands an idea to justify it. Like, if you're going to play G6 instead of going for something simple like bishop D7, then you kind of have to explain yourself, you know? Queen D7? Queen D7's move... Yeah, move 10. I can't count. Queen D7? Yeah, no, I disagree with Queen D7 as well. But his plan was bishop A6. Now, I think if your plan's bishop A6, you go for that immediately. He's not threatening this bishop yet. If he goes rook c1, okay, now maybe you go queen d7. Like, okay, you don't want to deal with any goofiness. Fine. Fair enough. You can still probably play bishop a6, because I don't think any of the goofiness works. But, like, sure, you don't want to have to deal with the goofiness. I would understand playing a queen move here. But even queen d7 here, you allow knight e5. Knight e5 is just annoying. Maniacal laugh a day keeps the lib away. Now that one I can get behind. You guys want to get better at bullet? You should try playing level 1 stockfish bot in ultra bullet. Then you get so fast it's crazy. I gain 200 bullet elo in a day from that. That's actually not a bad idea. It's actually a pretty good suggestion. I'm typically against playing computers as a method of learning, but I think that's an exception. I think that's a situation where it actually, you know, is like a good idea. Yeah, allowing 95 just doesn't feel right. Maybe I'm wrong, but the vibes, they aren't there. But just bishop d7. Again, so a few of these moves, they kind of make me slightly uncomfortable, and a very, very strong player would, like, poke at them and kind of, you know, gut check you. Like, hey, do you really, are you sure you wanted to play that, you know? But I'm not sure I could take advantage of it. A 10,000, sub 1100 wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Yeah. Operation Paperclip? Is this like the AI thing? Oh. No, it isn't. United States intelligence program more than 1,600 German scientists attended missions were taken before Nazi Germany. Well, I knew it was a thing, but I didn't know it was called Operation Paperclip, and I didn't know the details. But I mean, it's kind of like a public secret thing that, you know, NASA was Nazis for a long time. which is a little bit of an oversimplification, but yeah. Working while I study, I'll announce when I finish. Please do. It's kind of a public secret. And I mean, what you gonna do, right? I don't know. That's a complicated one. I don't like having this much space above my head. The problem is I like bump things in my day-to-day life, and I like move things because I'm fidgety. And so when I get back on stream, my setup's static. It doesn't quite work. Cold gold is not here. Not extract Nazis? Exactly. In hindsight, yeah. I'm just saying, like, now it is. Plus, that's another thing where it's like, I'd be more surprised if they didn't. Which... Could you analyze a game of mine? Absolutely, I could. Send it on over. Wahey. What does Wahey mean? The USA didn't and doesn't really have any morals. Yeah. Yeah. I disagree. At the start, the USA had morals. The morals were white man good. They were just really bad morals. They were just terrible morals. They had them, but they were just terrible. I think you could say that for like every country. Yeah, but like, if you're the US or Russia in post-World War II, what are you gonna do? Like, you clearly don't care. Your main priority is winning the Cold War, and so you're not going to give up an advantage that your opponent is definitely going to take. You know, because I'm not saying this is right, I'm not justifying it, I'm saying that it doesn't surprise me at all. This guy's a 2K bullet player? Oh, here we go. Hippo grind to GM based. They weren't exactly great morals. Not perfect. They could have done better. Probably just pre-used the Hippo. Look at him go. Look at him go. Okay, taking space, very principled. I bet the computer wants you to play Bishop F5 instead. Bishop E6 is a little bit timid. It's not bad. I would probably play it, but it is timid. Right? Because the bishop is pretty clearly more active on F5 than it is on E6. And so you're kind of giving up an active piece for a target which isn't a target. Like, that was a mouse slip? Oh. Nice. Were you trying to play Bishop F5? Yeah, okay. In that case, we're chilling. This isn't even the worst mouse slip, honestly. I was totally convinced you would play it, because it's not the worst move. And if you're playing, and a lot of people, if they're playing higher rated opponents, they go for an opening they don't know, they play scared. And this is kind of a scared move. But okay. Sure. Bishop D6? Sure. See, now the computer's trying to justify your idea. It's trying to say, okay, let's shut down the dark squares and trade light squared bishops. Probably. I'm not sure. It's not clear. Hello, Lupus. Okay, bishop d6, d3, sure. d4. Okay, so I have one problem. Oh, it is Ramadan started today. I did not know that. I'll keep that in mind because I know some Muslims. I probably should have known that, but to be fair, I can't even keep track of any of the holidays that I should celebrate. So, like, but you know, whatever. But oh, there you go, Rex4. Time to get murdered. Drone strike incoming. So, d4, my problem with d4 is that your king is still in the center and you're pushing pawns and opening the center, or potentially opening the center. Because if you're white, you're playing this move. And so you're opening the center when you don't have when you haven't played castles yet. It's principally a little dubious. I would not want to do that. I would much rather castles first and fun stuff later. Now, that's playing rational principle slow chess. The computer wants death. The computer wants blood, and so it's playing h4, h5. Which makes sense, because the reason h5 makes sense. Your opponent has taken no action in the center. They have done nothing. They have not finished their development. All of their pieces are passive. They've done nothing. This is the problem with the hippo, ultimately. Obviously, it's a playable opening, but like the negative side of the hippo is that you can just kind of go h5, h4, and white's immediately on the back foot. I wouldn't want to play this as white. This feels like a Sicilian, but I don't have central counterplay. Yeah, yuck. Now, this is very, very aggressive. Is the king safe on e7? Yeah. Again, the king is unsafe if the center opens. White doesn't have a good way of opening the center. He could try via d4, and that might be his best move. But, like, c takes, e takes, e4. Worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, I do this. And, like, okay, you play c4. How do you continue opening the center? You die first. You've wasted so many tempi going d3, d4, e3, e4. White's just simply too slow. Now, it's easy to say that in hindsight. In the game, it's obviously not going to be as clear. However, I would say you're fully developed. And in this position, I would say d4 is incorrect regardless. You have two options, right? Either you castle and say, I have a space advantage and development advantage. What are you going to do about it? Or you play h5 and say, I have a space advantage and development advantage. You deserve to die for that. Again, this is asking the question to white. Now, you could just self-destruct if this is played at the wrong time, which is why it's hard. Hello, who'd you just finish fighting? I've just played some rated games before stream. I haven't actually played any of my viewers yet, I don't think. Most of them just send in games for review. Why do you ask, Fondo? I do know about the cow, but I don't remember what its moves specifically was. Time to get hate crimes. Yeah, let's go. No, I think I have more cope than that, Rexpor. Yeah, Enter Kremling invented the cow. Yeah, I saw something about it, like a YouTube thumbnail or something. But I didn't really check. I have nothing against those meme trend openings, but they haven't interested me a ton because the stuff I find interesting about openings is like the dynamics and like the battle of ideas. And usually those meme openings don't really have any ideas to battle for. It's like the Alien Gambit, where it's just like, okay, they don't know the theory, you might get some compensation. It's not really an idea. Well, yeah, obviously you can play it and win. I'm not saying I don't like it because it's bad. I'm saying I don't like it because it's not my style. Maybe I do, Rexplore. So, okay. Either way, I don't like d4. Just castle if you don't want to go for goofiness. What kind of name is that? Just hard to punish? Well, yeah. So again, just castle. It's just castle. And now he gets a central counterplay, right? Okay. d4, knight d2. Okay, just castle. Okay, sure. And, I mean, black's for choice, but only slightly because white does have some counterplay. Okay, we got a game. e4. I don't like e4. You know, maybe it's fine. Okay, I'll tell you the reason why I don't like e4. e4, you played e3, e4. It feels like a King's Indian, but you're down a tempo and your knight's on the wrong square and you fianchettoed the bishop that doesn't want to be fianchettoed. So e4 feels like you're playing a King's Indian, but you lost a tempo, put the knight on the wrong square, and put the bishop on the wrong square, which loses you 2 more tempi. So it feels like a bad King's Indian. Now, given, that's not the easiest thing to punish as black, but if black is aware of what the King's Indian is, they're going to play b5 here. And are going to say, okay, what are you doing? This doesn't make any sense. The hippo's just kind of bad to King's Indian? Not necessarily, because you don't have to lock up the center like this. You can keep the tension. Again, knight c4 is possible, you could take, you could play a4, and you could keep the tensions, which makes it a little different than the King's Indian. But if if you play the hippo like this, it just becomes bad King's Indian. So, this is why opening knowledge is useful. Because if I get into this position as the black pieces, I immediately say, oh, it's a reverse King's Indian, b5. And I don't even calculate. I mean, I calculate to make sure I don't blunder anything, but this is a very obvious move if you know the King's Indian, right? And even if you don't. Because remember what I said last time, or not last time, a few streams ago, about what pawn do you push, right? What pawn do you want to push here as white and as black? That's fair. What pawns do both colors want to push? It's not rhetorical. It's a little bit rhetorical. What do we think? What pawns do both sides want to push? Going to something like 30 minutes would be enough to miss my turn? Maybe, but then you'll just have your turn when you get back, so. Black wants to push the kingside pawns. In this opening or in the King's Indian? Yeah, it's fair. But okay, let's talk principles. Which pawns do both sides want to push? In the King's Indian? Yeah, in the King's Indian, black wants to push kingside pawns. So what about this position then? Knowing that about the King's Indian. Well, he's playing against the hippo, more like. I like h5, but b5 looks good. Okay, so h5 is not a very good move. The reason why h5 isn't a very good move is because it's counter-principled. And I've talked about this before. Usually the pawn you want to push is the one next to your most advanced pawn, if you can afford to. So if we look at this position for the white pieces, this is white's most advanced pawn, so he wants to push f4. Because his pawns point in the direction where he has a space advantage, that's where he wants to push. You want to do the same thing, but you can't push e5, obviously. If you could, that'd be excellent, but you can't. So c4. So you want to push c4, because that's where your pawns point, that's where your space advantage is. So b5 not only prevents knight c4, but immediately says, okay, I'm going to push c4. What are you going to do about it? And if white plays too slowly, it could be really bad for them. How is black's attack on the queen side stronger than white's attack on the queen side in this position? Than white's attack on the king side? Lord, is it Morchin? Morsin? Yeah, king side. Okay, that's a good question. Because white's attack takes a little longer to ramp up. This is immediate. I might not... It's very possible I play c4 next move. You play f4 here. Okay. I probably can't play c4 yet. I actually might be able to play c4. Okay, I play c4. What attack do you have? What attack? That's gotta be a bingo, I agree. And like, okay, maybe you play f5 instead, but c3. Why'd you take rather... Because I'm threatening c3. Okay, so in that case, you don't... In that case... Yeah, I mean, I take on c2, on b2, sorry. b1. The computer says bishop a3 because it's psychotic. That's a pretty move. But, like, you don't even have to. You can just play knight g4 or something. Boop, dark squares. Let's go. Guess what? White has a light squared bishop. All their pawns are on light squares. They have dark squares, holes galore on the queen side, and they just trade off their dark squared bishop. That is what we in the business call an oopsie whoopsie poopsie. The computer agrees. White is lost. E3 looking square, looking kind of nice. Everything's looking kind of juicy. I mean, come on. This is just an amazing position. So, as in the normal King's Indian, the thing is that the kingside attack, I'm not going to call it slower, but it's not as guaranteed as the queenside attack is. And if you want a very simple reason why, not the objective reason, right? These are the 4 central squares. Okay, so you're pushing next to a pawn that's 4 squares up from your perspective. I'm pushing next to one that's 5 squares up. I'm effectively a square ahead of you. I have a slight head start. Plus, I don't have any pawn weaknesses on my king side for you to take advantage of. So I have a head start, and you have weaknesses here. I don't have weaknesses here. So you have more to prove. Right? Now, you got to be careful, because there's positions where it's not quite the same. Based coach. Should I be like that? Anyway. And so in the normal King's Indian, it's a little different, because normal King's Indian, the pieces are in different squares. Right? Like I said, this is the King's Indian, but the pieces are on the wrong squares. This knight should be here. That way, I mean, sometimes it comes back to d7 and you play f4, so. But the bishop should not be here. Because, again, he's just created queenside pawn weaknesses, and this bishop should be here to sacrifice on h6. This bishop's job is to sack itself for a pawn and create a winning advantage, but because of that, there's more weaknesses. So it's a King's Indian where white is played wrong, and black hasn't played wrong yet. He can, but he hasn't yet. So, again, black has to be preferred. It's just a better version of a different opening. Because, again, white, it's not even a tempo up, because they played e3, e4. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen in the King's Indian. Okay. Queen b6. Okay, so obviously, I don't like queen b6. I feel like I don't need to explain why I don't like queen b6. Because queen b6 doesn't only not play b5, it actively prevents b5. No problem whatsoever. And so now, it's not as clear to me anymore. And also he gives him c4 square, which I don't know how I feel about this. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I mean, this is possible, this is f4. Okay, see? This is interesting. Your opponent played the right idea, but the wrong move. Right idea, wrong move. Because, once again, what's the difference between this and a normal King's Indian? The bishop's not on c1. This bishop needs to be on c1. There's very important reasons. Guess what? Here's another reason. Knight g4. What are you going to do about e3? In the normal King's Indian, you play knight f3, the bishop's on c1, you chill, because you just take it immediately. And this terrible bishop gets captures one of the knights, and your kingside attack is booming. Your stocks are up. But in this position, there's no bishop on c1. White's made a critical error. Again, this bishop is terrible. This is actively wrong. It's counter-positional in every possible way. And so immediately, White's almost, if not just completely losing. Now again, it's hard to see this if you don't know your King's Indian. And I don't even know that much about the King's Indian, but I know this is wrong. And so then you can work backwards. You're like, okay, why is this wrong? The bishop needs to be here. This is not a good square. And the first thing you say is, okay, this makes c4 stronger. And the second reason is like, okay, this e3 square is weaker, so f4 I can hop in more easily. This feels like a TikTok. Is that a compliment or an insult? Again, this is wrong. So, you took... not in love. The subtitles. Oh! Well, I feel like subtitles might be helpful for some people. Got compared to TikTok? Does that mean I'm incredibly successful? And more than a little evil? Yes? Excellent. Yeah, see, you fix his problems for him. I go over this a lot. This is a common theme. This is a running theme. Is fixing your opponent's problems. Because now, knight g4, he takes on e6 and then plays knight c4. Oh, no, he just takes your knight. I'm dumb. I was thinking, like, here and you protect e3, which this isn't even bad. This is still an amazing move for you, but, like, you can just take the knight. Let's open a controversial topic. Oh, we've been doing it all stream. We've been discussing different political theories and why I hate them. Knight d7, but I couldn't calculate the right move. If knight takes, you're going to play knight d7. Okay, that's reasonable. No, that's a good move. Prefer curtains or blinds? Blinds. No, that's a good move. White man's burden. I don't know enough about it. Yeah. Have I read this? Or maybe I read this in early high school. I'd have to remember. I don't think I have. Yeah, no, I have not. I have not read it. That title can mean so many things. Knight d7 is actually a very good move. Weak e5 square. I like that. That's a good answer. I mean, still, taking was wrong, but, like, if you're going to do the wrong idea, you had an idea that was good. I like it. Good stuff. And I assume the idea is to put a knight on e5. I mean, right? And, like, to bring a bishop somewhere in the knight e5. Because you're not afraid of this capture. He doesn't have any. Yeah, no, this is good stuff. Okay. Affairs of less developed non-white peoples. Oh, that's stupid. That's more than a little racist and dehumanizing. Okay. Bishop c7. What does equivocal mean? Okay, give me a second. Does it mean like... It doesn't mean... It means... Because I know unequivocal. So I'm trying to work backwards. If I know what unequivocal means, what does equivocal mean? Able to be equaled? Maybe? Maybe contentious? I'm going to say equalable. Don't know. Again, I know unequivocal, but I don't know equivocal itself. Which is pretty funny. Maybe like disputed? Both sides are equally vocal? Right, which means disputed. Which makes sense, because unequivocal is like undisputed. Undisputed? Indisputed? Is it indisputed or undisputed? It's indisputed. Yeah. So unequivocal is like indisputed. It's not quite the same, but... I was scared of the fort. Knight g4 scared me because he can move a knight. His knight attacking mine. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Again, what you missed is that you could play knight g4 before taking. You didn't have to take before. And then afterwards, what you missed is that e3 wins the game on the spot. This is a devastating move. Interesting. So, like, flammable versus inflammable. Well, yeah. Able or easily caught on fire versus not easily caught on fire. You can also say a similar thing is flame retardant, which might actually get you canceled nowadays. Fun fact. Oh, no, wait. Doesn't inflammable mean the same thing as flammable? Oh, yeah, no, that's one of the times where they mean the same thing. No, English is stupid. This is like cleave versus cleave. Where cleave can both mean to chop and to cling to. Two different root words in like Latin or something, but they became the same English word and they mean two opposite things. Very stupid. Or bi-weekly. Bi-weekly can mean either twice a week or every 2 weeks. Explain that. It's non-flammable, true. Succinct. Succinct is like concise. It's a complimentary way of saying short and to the point. I think, if memory serves. Why are you all quizzing my English? Toaster, should I allow that? Allow it this time. I think I have a decent vocabulary. I'm not, like, insane, but that was a succinct definition. I don't think so. I think it was verbose. A more succinct definition would have been efficiently expressed. Okay. Bishop c7, even bishop c7 isn't the dumbest move of all time. Using or containing more words than necessary? I know, I love the word verbose. And not just because it describes myself, but also because I just think it's a fun to say word. Verbose. It like rolls off the tongue. It has like such a nice flow to it. Like a firework. It goes verbose, you know? You know? Okay. F4, bishop d7, knight c4. Right. Verbose. Now we're talking. Okay. 95's fine. B5 is almost certainly the best move because you're just trying to get rid of this knight, and it doesn't really have a good square to go to, so it goes back to d2, and now this might be even stronger. Then again, what kind of Macedonian can't? I couldn't when we moved, and I still struggle with it. I'm still not very good at rolling my R's, but I'm better than I was a while back. New Zealand or Australia? Which one would you prefer to live in? Which, I mean, I'm not sure I'd want to live in either one. Dangerous wildlife, terrible internet speeds, hot. It's like my least favorite things. But on the other hand, the accents for both are wonderful. I love the Australian accent. I was a little scared of pushing my pawns. Yeah, I don't think you should be. I really don't think you should be. Gaining space is a good thing. And unless you're creating concrete weaknesses, I don't think there's a good reason to be scared of pushing your pawns. You could become a shepherd in New Zealand? I could. Okay, but this isn't this is fine. This is justifiable. I don't understand bishop c6. What's the purpose of this move? Like, I'm not saying play g6. G6 is a very difficult move to play in this position. Pinning the pawn to go g6? Ah! Okay, but why not go g6 first? Were you afraid of, like, I don't know, what? What didn't you like about g6 immediately? I wasn't thinking g6, but if you were thinking g6, then why not play it immediately? Maori. Is it Maori? Is it Maori? It's probably Maori. Do you know faux pas? Yeah, faux pas is French for false step, and it means a social blunder. Or literally misstep. Don't really know TBH? Fair enough. You know, funny story about faux pas. The first time I learned what faux pas meant was in a book. So I learned the move, I learned the word faux pas from a book I was reading, and so I was like, oh, that's such a fancy word. And so I decided I was going to try to squeeze it into a conversation as easily as I could, like as quickly as I could, because I was so impressed by the word faux pas, or the phrase faux pas, I suppose. Now, the problem is faux pas, as you can tell, is French. And it's very unclear how it's pronounced from its writing if you don't speak French, which I don't. So, the first time I used faux pas, I said fox pass, which ironically, in and of itself, is a faux pas. Hello, Vox. Did you sound really smart? No, I sounded incredibly stupid, like I normally do. Oh yeah, so fox pass. That sounded quite intelligent. I don't think you're pronouncing it completely right. Well, I'm pretty sure it's faux pas. Like faux pas. Fox pass. No, I said fox pass. Fox pass, maybe. It's the classic fox pass. Exactly. I'm back on the melee grind, so my chest has probably gotten super rusty. Fair. I've completely quit Smash Bros, and I'm just anxiously awaiting the arrival of Rivals 2. I'm not going to claim to have expert pronunciation. My pronunciation ain't that great, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's better than Fox Pass. Low bar, but... Yes, you moved a bitch back to D7. I haven't gotten to play any. I haven't gotten to. It's so annoying. I'm just waiting for the supporter beta because I supported on Kickstarter. I'm going to have early beta access, but I haven't gotten to touch it. I didn't have beta access. I didn't have alpha access. I don't live near any conventions. Mistake as soon as I played it. Yeah. Again, so bishop d6, I wouldn't have even played g6. I wouldn't have seen that. I would have just played queen d6, which is also a fine move, because the queen gets centralized, and it was terrible before, and now it's doing something, right? So you're just improving one of your pieces. It can't be a bad move. Actually, no, I haven't. I would never play any leaked versions of Rivals 2. Oh, yeah. No, I have some, like, ethical stuff with that. I mean, I don't care. It's none of my business, right? It's not like, oh, you're a bad person if you play leaked versions of Rivals 2. I just personally don't want to, because, you know, be the change you want to see in the world kind of thing. We complain about DRM in games, and we complain about anti-consumer practices, but then as soon as we get the chance to play a leaked game we're waiting for, we play it, you know? And I don't think that's fair. I think that's hypocritical. I think if we're criticizing companies for stuff like DRM, then we should, like, play games in a way where DRM isn't necessary. You know what I mean? But that's a personal conviction. Just fully expecting to lose this game? Well, you haven't played poorly at all. You just you've been playing like the second best idea every time, which, to be fair, not bad. Not bad at all. Like, again, second best idea in the position. The best idea is to go, it's like move a rook to e8 and then take to open up your rook and bishops and whatever. But this is the second best idea. So every time you've been playing the second best idea, which, not terrible because it means you're finding ideas that are good. Again, finding the right ones is very difficult, and we'll get there, but queen d6, again, second best idea. Oh, this one's like Schadenfreude or something. I had someone who speaks German correct me on this. I can't remember. It's the feeling of elation when someone you don't like fails. Or when your enemy feels misery or feels pain or something. I said Schadenfreude. I can't remember if you pronounced the E at the end. I don't remember if it's Schadenfreude or Schadenfreude. I can't remember. Say it again. It's with E? Okay, there you go. I'll take second best ideas. No, that's what I'm saying. This is not a terrible game of chess. Like a terrible game of chess if you're just moving random pieces all over the place. I am a chess coach at a club where we have like 3 7-year-olds, right? I've seen terrible games of chess. This is not that. Like, again, second best move. King G7 is slightly better. Okay, Fane, A5. Okay, I like this. Now we're talking. Oh, well, we take those. Even in this position, it's not that bad. Schadenfreude. Yeah. Again, I couldn't remember if you pronounce the E at the end. Schadenfreude versus Schadenfreude. I couldn't remember. So you do pronounce the E. Schadenfreude. Yeah. Again, I had someone who speaks German like months ago, like 8 months ago, correct me on how to pronounce it, but it's been so long. And it's not a word I use in everyday context, even though there's a song I really like called Schadenfreude. And so that's why I learned what it means. Because I use that song as my wake up alarm on my phone for the longest time. Okay, 5, King G7. I speak German too. I don't speak a word of German. Well, I guess I speak a word of German because I know Schadenfreude, but Shotgunfreude. It wasn't that wrong. It's pretty wrong, but that's the captions being the captions. I mean, we take the free queen. I like taking the rook here. I know the computer says it's wrong, but I don't care. I like it. G4, rook E8, King G2, B4. I don't love B4. I like rook E5 a lot better. Just either force the rook back or make him trade. If he trades, you celebrate. If the rook goes back, you celebrate. I would be more inclined to play C4 in this position. You know, break things open. The queen loves an open board. The queen loves an open board because then she can just fork all the pieces and something's going to hang. It's so hard to play against a queen with an open position. So I would be playing to open the board here if you're the black pieces. Yeah, you're improving his bishop. I really don't care. So, like, let's say rook F2, C4. He probably shouldn't even take, if I'm being honest. But then you have the opportunity to play C3 if you want, which, oh, that's nice. Like, some bishop move or something? I don't know, man. You could play C6 if you want, and now it's even better. So I think this is incorrect, but it's fine. Okay, sure. Sure. Yeah, he moved the queen a little far. Because if you'd gone here, the rook would have been trapped. Or would have been nearly trapped, because he would take, and then rook here. And then, like, king f6, and then, like... Oh, no, we can't. Rook is trapped. Yeah, so you would have trapped his rook. Okay, now this one I have no idea. Never seen this in my life. I'm going to guess, but I don't know. Kiribati. Guess. Never... That's a country? Oh. Well, American, right? I've never claimed to be good at geography. Kiribati. And no. Well, you know, I can't blame a guy for trying. Every time I learn a new word, it pops up somewhere within a few days during the same day, even. It's not common at all. Yeah, I have that. I feel that too. You're going to get in time trouble if I calculate a lot? That's fair. Again, none of it's terrible. It's just... Now you're making it hard to win. So, I've talked about this... I mentioned this last stream, but I think this is a very important concept. A lot of the time, if you're in a really winning position, like tons of material, huge attack, amazing pawn majority, something like that, but you're a little low on time, it's better to spend a little bit of time to calculate to make the position even easier to win. Because if you spend a little bit of time, like you spend a few seconds per move calculating this sort of position, right, back here, and thinking about where do I move the queen, then you would have won a rook, right? And so the position now, instead of being a queen for a bishop, it's a queen for a bishop and rook. Still winning, absolutely, but it's a little harder. And so that's what's going to bite you in the rear. Not the down on time, but the down on time in a harder to win position. Because now you're going to have to waste time trying to win a more difficult position. Okay. So far, so good. I don't even play. Just push him. Just push him. Why are we bothering with wasting time with the king move? Push him. I mean, mate in one. This is what I mean, right? calculate a little, you'd find mate in 1. If you don't calculate, you have to play another 7 moves. We'll take it. Proved a lot at that point? Yeah. I feel like I've heard the word mood board, but I don't know what it means. Interesting. So yeah, overall a good game of chess. But this is why studying openings, at least at a basic level, is important. Just getting ideas. Because openings can be a good way of getting a bunch of positional ideas of what's good in different positions and why. And so you can apply that knowledge to other things. You know, chess is a... positional chess especially, but even tactics are a lot of pattern recognition. And so by improving your pattern recognition through seeing a bunch of different examples, it can be helpful. Well, I know it, Void. Void. Chicken butt. Okay, what else? I'm back? Welcome back. Thank you. You're very welcome. Interesting game. Ronnie's turn. So yeah, you did miss your turn, Void, because this game took a while to analyze, because there's a lot to dig into. A lot to talk about. So are we playing a game, Ronnie? You're sending me a game. What's the plan? Send you the challenge? Excellent. I'll accept. I'll accept Toot Sweet. Now. I would say that I have a good and constantly improving ability to notice stuff, which I care about, so it makes sense. Yeah, I can see it. The Nimzovich Larsen attack. Just going to play most principled. If you're going to give me the center, I'm going to take the center. Do I want to play... Is e4 correct here? I mean, I could just play knight c6. That can't be a bad move. If I take and go knight c6, does that help me? I could take and go c4. c5, sorry. It's a little optimistic, but it could be good. You know what? I'm calling the bluff. How do you reach here? Reach where? This position? B3, D, E4, B3, E5, Bishop B2, D5, D4, EXD, Bishop XD, C5, Bishop B2, Knight C6, Knight F3. It's a little annoying how good his dark squared bishop is. But okay. Yeah, the Nimzovich Larsen. Which I would not know that name off the top of my head. But I hate these positions. I don't mind them. I just like something to play for, some dynamic. And I have dynamics, so I'm happy. This move's a little cowardly, but I think it's good long term, especially since this is a move he wants to play. And so, yeah, okay. Fair play. Fair enough. I want a castle. I want to push the castle more quickly. I don't want to deal with any of his long-term threats. It prevents this. It makes that a little bit... Okay, we've got just a very rational position. I'm gonna play more aggressively. Because I think he gave me a space advantage. And so I'm just gonna say, okay, what's your compensation? Why'd you just give me a space advantage in the opening? I like putting the question to my opponent whenever possible. Okay. So here, my plan was to take and push. I can't see a reason that's bad. It looks good. Once again, putting the question. Okay, you just gave me this kind of annoying pawn on b4. Maybe it's a bad pawn, but it looks annoying. Maybe I take push and then try to push A. Oh, maybe if I take and push, then he has some like weird a3 stuff. I'll try. I feel like the bishop on e2 is better than d3. You mean? Oh, in this position? I disagree. If h3 was not in the position, maybe you're right, but this this diagonal could be a problem for me long term. It's not, but... Plus it's preventing any weird jumps and preventing bishop f5. The move that I want to play in this position, if I could play any move, is bishop f5, but I can't. And it's very annoying. Couldn't you take it? Oh, well, right now I could, but I'm stupid and I forgot. I completely forgot that the bishop was hanging. Welcome to Alcheminium Blobfish Chess Channel, where I forget pieces are hanging, but somehow managed to get above 2100. I actually got above 2200. Explain that, liberals. Missed queen to xd3. Don't worry, I did too. It cannot be explained. Nope. Rigged. What do you mean rigged? You think I want to lose? I'm offended. One of the universe's many mysteries? Mm-hmm. True. It's photoshopped? Oh, you mean the ELO was rigged. Okay, yeah. No, true. Absolutely. I'm the first chess.com partner streamer with a fake ELO that I managed to get away with. It's quite the accomplishment, if you ask me. There's no threat to that move. b4 probably better than knight e4. Maybe. I don't think either one is particularly scary, though. I think they both look fine for me. Like, I like my position here. I'm not sure I'm winning, but, like... I think if anyone's better, it's me. I kind of disagree with trading off all these pieces, though. I mean, maybe... maybe, but... feels wrong. Okay, let's... I kind of want to keep a rook on the a file. Maybe it's stupid, but... not a problem, but it can create imbalances. Yeah. I think the imbalances favor me as of right now. I don't mind trading pieces, because I think the more pieces we get traded off, the better my pawns on the queen side are going to look. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it feels like. Your bishop is better? Maybe. I feel like there aren't very many things in this position that are that clear. I think I can double his pawns. Yeah, no. Don't think this works. Forget the rook trade. I'm doubling his pawns first. Then we're going for a rook trade. First, I'm going to mess up your pawn structure. Then, I'll trade rooks. Make like a train and choo-choo on that. Okay, let's go here. Attacking this and preventing queen a4, which is not a move I really want to allow. Yeah, rook xd8 first was... I don't agree with either. It gave me control of the open file. I just don't agree with the way Ronnie is playing this in general. I think they're... I actually don't know what they're doing. I really don't understand the way they're playing this game. Now that makes sense. That's just for queen a8, right? Which I don't really want to allow, because I feel like queen a8 lets him trade his worse g3, or worse h3 pawn off for my strong pawn on a5. So I'm going to play a4, defending the pawn with the queen. It's imbalanced, but an unbalanced position. No, but unbalanced and imbalanced are two different words, but two different meanings. So you can say an imbalanced position. Because unbalanced would mean it's not equal. Or would imply that it's not equal. So it would be, this position would be unbalanced because it's in my favor. But imbalanced, I would say, doesn't imply that the position isn't equal. The position could be imbalanced but equal. Again, it's more of an implication, but I think it's relevant. I really want this pawn. Interesting. At least that's what I think. You know, I'm not the ultimate authority on the English language yet. And so my words only hold limited weight. I mean, queen endgames are so hard. Queen endgames are so hard. Queen c6. b3 takes queen b8 is what I don't like about b3. b3 allows queen b8. I don't like that. Unless you're saying b3 takes, I push. I don't like that either. My pawns are quite difficult to get rid of currently. I don't think I want to make them easier to get rid of. I would actually love to be an English teacher, I think. Maybe at college. It's something I've considered, actually. But you get h3? But I don't want h3. h3 is much worse than my pawns over here. This pawn is much worse. This pawn's significantly worse. So that's kind of one of the problems with this position, is I don't necessarily want to trade off the pawns in that way. If I can force a queen trade, I win, but that's a really big if. I'm not playing queen c8, it's passive. Knight Nabo. No, I'm not playing queen c8. Queen e6, queen c5. Yeah. But then b3 was my thought. Maybe it's stupid, but yeah, maybe. That pawn's difficult to get rid of. That is a nasty pawn. Got queen b4 after trading pawns. No, he doesn't. I mean, he can play it, but then I go check and I go queen b1, or better yet, queen c2. Check and queen c2 is actually very annoying for him. That's the point. Is I can play check, come to c2, and how is he stopping my pawn? Spoiler alert, I don't think he can. Yeah. And this also guards this diagonal, which means he can't give me a perpet. Right? So it prevents perpet, and it escorts the pawn to the queening square. Queen endgames, man. They're rough. Not sure I played that correctly, but queen c8 might have been fine, but it couldn't have been the best move because it's just so passive. It's just so passive. And like in any endgame, like in any position in chess in general, you live and die off activity. Even if you're giving up a pawn, for activity, it's often worth it. Okay. GG's. I'm definitely analyzing. I completely missed that you hung a bishop. How goofy silly was that? I just gave you a pawn. Like a legend. I wanna do. You need water? I do need water. D4, and then I play E takes. It says E4 is best. Maybe it was. I was just worried about C4, and I was like, this doesn't look like fun. So I just took. A little bit of a coward solution. I'm like, okay, I have the full center. Like, as the black piece is getting this position out of the opening is a success. An unmitigated success. I mean, this is the sort of position you would play as white and say, oh, I have a small advantage, you're going to suffer, right? Yeah, your timing was perfect. A3. I told you A6 was a cowardly move. Bishop D6. Oh, Bishop D6. I considered Bishop D6, but I'm like, it's better on E7. I play a little timidly. Not enough water. True. I played more than a little timidly. But I don't know. I was just a little unsure because it felt my pawns here felt a little unstable. I knew Bishop E2 was better. Evidently, you were right. Makes sense because it allows knight B4, which I didn't consider. B5, C4, and now I take, and we both missed that you hung a piece. But now after takes, you have to play like, oh, where do you go with your bishop? Oh, this is a nasty position. You have to go either to C2 or B1, because if you go to E2, then I take here and I get bishop F5. It doesn't look fun. Anyway, so I pushed Queen C2, and evidently I've lost most of my advantage, but I like this position, at least aesthetically. I feel like, I mean, it's just a tiny. It's a dynamic. It's imbalanced, but not unbalanced, like we were talking about earlier. It's imbalanced because you have more activity, but I have better pawn structure. But it's not unbalanced because it's relatively equal. It's almost completely equal. They pretty well cancel out. Well, yeah, but still, he doesn't have to be here for me to be right and for me to make a point about something I said previously. Knight Z4, Bishop B7. Rook A6 was best. That's a computer move. What the heck is Rook A6? Rook E6 ideas? Yeah, and I guess keeping the bishop on this diagonal is good because this goes to like E6 in the future, and this is a really good square for it. So I guess it makes sense. It really, looking at it now, it is a better, it does allow me to give a better development scheme for my pieces, because let's say he goes Rook A D1 and I take. And after Queen C7, let's say some move, let's see moves back. It's a dumb move, but you get my point. I get to play Bishop D6 here, and like, okay. My pieces are better here than they would have been with Bishop on B7, Rook on A8. But that's just... Well, I know what a Rook lift is, God. But I just didn't expect a Rook lift in this position. But okay. So positional Rook lift. Those are pretty rare. Bishop takes, Queen takes. Rook AD. No, you were completely serious. And I'm offended by your seriousness. It's ridiculous. Honestly. You should be ashamed of yourself. And your entire lineage. Anyway, Rook A D1, Rook F D1, A4 immediately. Yeah. See, sometimes my principles get the better of me, and so I play a move like this automatically without seriously considering something like A4. Because I'm like, oh, Rook on open file, herder. But evidently I should have taken his rook. Okay, why? Yeah, because I just push and you can't stop the pawns. Okay, fair point. And then now rook d1 was a mistake because you allow me to double your pawns. Yeah, and rook d1 is a serious error because now your pawn structure is ruined. And this is a very difficult queen endgame to win for me, but it is winning. It's only difficult for me because I don't know queen endgame super well. Queen d7 was best. How to still hold on? Well, after this, it's impossible. You're dead. But before this, it's still really difficult, but you have to take my knight first, at the very least. This is definitely an improvement, but you're still worse here. You're still worse here, but you're probably losing even. Rook d6 is a nice move. Then my queen comes over here and I can rook lift over. It's not a fun position to play as white. So the mistake was evidently bishop e2. Evidently it was better to check, and then after moving my king, you exchange one pair of rooks. If I take with rooks, you go bishop back to e4 and you keep your position active. Which, even if you don't go for that fancy of a line, even bishop e4 first, I think is better. Bishop e2 is so passive. So passive. It's not productive. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I try to be able to play chess out of theory, just in general. Bishop e4 is definitely better. You might still struggle in this position, but at least you've got active pieces. Bishop e2, now you just don't have anything. Your pawn structure's worse and your pieces are less active. Because remember, beforehand, when we were all the way back here, we were saying, okay, it's equal because you have more active pieces, but I have better pawn structure. So when you traded off a bunch of pieces, suddenly your active pieces are a little harder to take advantage of. And then you made your pieces passive, so now you no longer have your advantage. Yeah, but bishop h7 is a fancy move order thing to play bishop e4 at the end of the line. Bishop e4 is the idea, right? Like, I understand that this is better, because including this, the king is weaker on h8 or something. It's not the point. Like, I understand, but... And plus it lets you take first, whatever. My point is, this is still the idea. At the end of the day. What's the accuracy? I'll check. 76.2 on Ronnie's behalf. On my part, it's 85.6. Not behalf, part. Behalf doesn't make sense there. Anyway. Bishop e2. So passive. 1b3, g6. That's probably playable. I play the line like that in the Sicilian. e4, c5, b3, g6. 95. Beats, thank you so much for the raid. Give me a second, let me shout you out real quick. Beats 7667. Is it just beats? And I spelled shout out, right? Yeah, let's go. How's the stream, man? Yeah, but now you've already played too passive. You die. A4 is best. Queen e6 was fine. Queen c6 was better. I considered queen c6, but I was like, eh. I didn't see a way to make progress. Good, thanks. Excellent. I couldn't see a way of making progress here. Legit EI 01. Thank you so much for the follow. That's probably the most incorrect way of pronouncing that ever, but you know, you could try. That's one of my almost weaknesses as a chess player, is I tend to get a little stuck on ideas and finding ways forward. So, what am I supposed to do, Beats? I'm half American. Sometimes my American half comes out. Anyway. And so when I don't play moves like Queen c6 because I'm like, there's no way forward. Or Queen c8 because, there's no way forward. So I play Queen e6. But it's not that bad of a move in this position, so. Legit AI. Oh. Well, duh. Well, duh. Queen c8 and Queen c6 and b3. Both of these moves are completely playable and are actually amazing. They're actually better than Bishop e6 on this low of an engine depth. Again, this is just.com analysis engine, so. b3 is bad. The B3 is definitely bad. Because even if I go for this, like you were saying, then takes on C5, and now it's a lot harder. Because first off, there's a good chance of perpet, and even if there's not a perpet, I'm not that much faster. Hey, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Wow, I should mispronounce people's names more often. Oh, it's that easy. If it's that easy. Yeah, so perpet is a problem. So I play Queen E6, Queen X C5. Mispronounce my name. Okay, Mr. B text-to-speech. Beatles. No, that's too close. It's not stupid enough. And then it's funny, with all best moves you get to Nemours position. And again, this is concrete. Okay. Wanna do. What do you wanna do? Okay, that's not funny. Am I not seeing a game, or are we playing a match? Wanna do was here just a split second ago. Is he here? He was here. That's actually kind of an annoying position. Okay, so he's not responding, so move on to the next person if he comes back. Bets. Yes. Oh, wait. Is Wandu's name French Fighter? I don't remember. I recognize the name French Fighter, so it could be. It's been a while since Wanadu played a match, so I don't remember if his name is French Fighter or not. Easy solution. Oh, thank you so much for the 51 bits. Okay, boom. I asked the guy if he's Wanadu. Imagine he just says yes and it's not him. That would be Twitch. That would be a chess.com chat experience. Okay, I'll just play Gone Gone. The challenge expired anyway. I'm Wanadu. Yes. He didn't respond, but he sent another challenge. Me too? Okay, great. Does anyone else want to do? Do we have any other wanna-doers in chat? Naturally. I thought I was the supervillain. I thought we agreed earlier that I was the evil one. Why are y'all being deceptive? Is Bullet okay? If you'd like, I'm terrible at Bullet, so it's going to be misery. That's me. Oh, okay. It's him. Never mind, guys. It's actually him. He's literally him. What about 3-check Bullet? Even worse. Let's do it. Wait, why'd you abort? Can I be the mastermind behind the evil plot? The string puller? I mean, it's a little difficult to be a supervillain if you can't accept being called Lib. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, the superhero can't use the supervillain's full name every time. It's ridiculous. I'm not evil, I'm just mean. Fair point. Carry on. But Alco... What? I love confusing people with this. Because this isn't the most accurate way of playing this line, but it's not as obvious to deal with as you would think. I enjoy Queen B3 so much as well. It's just fun. It's just a fun way of handling the position. And what is chess if not funny? This is true, Void. That would be genius. I mean, they say Voldemort is he who can't be named, but they haven't met the next generation of super talent. Do you know about Rasputin? Vaguely. I'm familiar with the mythology surrounding him. But outside of that, I'm not an expert. I think this is going pretty well. The song too? Yeah, of course. That's part of the mythos. Man, it's so close to something in this position. Is there just nothing here? Did I mess up? The song is historically inaccurate? Yeah, but like, no one listens to Rasputin because it's historically accurate. They listen to it because it's based, okay? I think I have compensation. Either that or I have compensation. We'll figure out which one, right? It's not true. I rank all the songs based on historical accuracy. In that case, what's your favorite song? Is it like Ultimate Battle of Ultimate Destiny or something? Ultimate Battle of Ultimate Destiny. I can't speak. Knight A2, Knight B4, Rook A1, Rook A7. Hamilton. Isn't Hamilton a little... I mean, it's pretty historically accurate, but isn't it a little, like, conjecture-y at points? Damn, the 2200 I played in Bullet for friendly. That was an hour old. Got his account closed. I think that's maybe it's not funny, but I find that sort of thing hilarious because like, what it's kind of silly to me. Like, not just that people think they can get away with it, but like that you don't try to be subtle. I guess you just don't care if you're in that position, but. Rook A7 before Bishop A5. It's possible. That's probably actually very good. Although I do like the inclusion of Knight E5. But Rook A7, yeah, I guess Rook A7, Knight C7 is bad for him. But I still have Rook A7 in this position. This feels wrong. Oh, I'm stupid. I lose a knight. I forgot his bishop was there. It's fine, guys. It's fine. Standard chess. 95 F6. I completely forgot that his bishop existed. Yeah. How late is it? It's only 9:30. Man, I'm hallucinating earlier than I normally do. I usually hallucinate, but it usually takes a little longer to get there. Alright, well, I gotta do something. I'm down a piece, so. Well, yeah, if he didn't see it. What do you mean if he didn't see it? That's not how you play chess, Gone. Resign? Never. I'd rather die. E5 I like for black. E5 is interesting. I don't think... Does this work? It does work. Spartan vibes? I wish. Before bishop d8. Bishop d8 looks wrong. Oh yeah, I think e5 before bishop d8 was correct. Bishop d8 also looks weird though. It doesn't give me bishop f4, which is the move I wanted to play. I mean, obviously it was a pretty barbaric idea, pretty straightforward. It was lacking in any real nuance, but that's a weird move. It's a very weird move. Maybe it's fine, but I don't trust it. I like it when you agree with me. I'll make sure I never do it again. I'll never make that mistake again. Sorry. Okay, guys, I got a bad idea. Ooh, that's like barely a good move. Why not bishop f4? Because bishop d7 and it's not productive. If I take on a8, he takes on f4. It's not productive. I can't take the rook because the bishop takes. Bishop c7 was always the problem. I'm at least trying to make it difficult for him, and keeping pieces on the board is the way to do that. Because it's definitely clearly losing. Rook a1, rook e1. My rook's very good on a7 though, at preventing him from doing anything good. As soon as I play rook a1, he gets his rook into the game. This piece by itself is suppressing two pieces. It's the only reason I haven't lost the game on the spot yet. I mean, I'm losing, but like, it's the only reason I still have moves to play. It's because I have one piece that's tying down two. I have one piece that's not active yet. Bishop d7, knight c7, knight a6. You mean like bishop d8? Maybe. Maybe. I haven't calculated that far ahead. I have not calculated that far ahead. I'm living in the now. I know, but that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to play moves that kind of at least make him think twice before wasting 3 tempi activating his knight. He definitely can activate. That was never my point. My point is it's harder than it looks, and that's all I need. Not to win, of course. King d8 very bad. I don't trust King d8. I don't know if I can do anything about it, but I don't trust it. I don't trust it at all. I know, I'm trying to justify it, but I don't think it works. Give me a second. Rook h1 isn't a move. He has a bishop on e4. You forgot about his bishop. Yeah, we're both hallucinating. I mean, now I get rook f6. Again, he's making this needlessly difficult for himself. He's still winning, but like, he has to think. Why would he do that to himself? I hate thinking. I'm gonna trade that bishop as white. I don't have too many options. My options, they're limited. King e2, I thought King e2 doesn't help my position. Again, the goal is to find moves that make him think. Those don't even have to necessarily be good moves. They just have to require a non-zero amount of thought. That prolongs the game. I'm trying to prolong the game, even if I'm willing to give up material here because it doesn't change the outcome. Playing King e2 or some slow move doesn't make sense to me because I'm trying to play in a way that makes it hard for him to find his next move. That's the only goal of my position currently. How difficult is it to find his next move after I play that? And if the answer is anything other than very hard, then I'm not playing the move. Or King e2 doesn't stop him from doing anything. It doesn't prevent any move he wants to play. Am I stupid? I don't like this move at all. Maybe it's fine for him, just looks like it makes his position more difficult than it has to be. It's running theme, I suppose. See what I mean? Now suddenly his position is quite difficult. I'm pretty happy with the way I've played this. Other than, you know, blundering a piece, but even if I lose this game, which I still might, I'm quite happy knowing that it's at least not easy for him. Gotta make him suffer at least a little, you know what I mean? He can just take f5? Maybe. Maybe. I'm pretty sure takes f5 is a draw. Well, this is a draw too. Unless... he might be able to get out. What do I play in this position? Give me a second. Now it's hard for me to find a move. I suppose this. You should have taken the bishop earlier. Maybe. Not happy. I think here. Flag him. I'm working on it. This is not an easy position to flag in. Because I'm much worse. I am just down a piece. Is he threatening anything? Yes, he is. Yes, he is threatening something. He absolutely is threatening something. It's not mate anymore. Still very bad for me, but it's not mate. Rook c2. Stupid. Ah, I'm stupid. I had it. Right here I had it. In this position, if I just take it, and then he goes here, then I'd queen with check. Even in the position that happened, I queen with check here. I was winning. I was winning. I queen with check. Wins on the spot. I saw it afterwards. Oh. Because I mouse slipped, and so I tried to pre-move this next move, but... I had it. It's not luck. It's... I haven't played enough bullet. That's the thing, though. You were losing here. I could queen with check. Which saw this, and I was like, he can't move his knight. And so I didn't even consider that you would move your knight. So I was like, oh, I could pre-move takes the bishop. And if he blocks it with a rook somehow, then the pre-move won't go through. But I completely just didn't even think about the option of you playing that move. Didn't even consider it. That's just not playing enough bullet. You have to be ready for bad moves. The position for losing knight was fine. It was triple zeros. Go knight d7 and chill. Rook d8, rook a7. It's triple zeros. You know, we both play chess here. It's claiming that black is slightly better, but definitely not full pawn. 495. Still triple zeros. I probably had an advantage before b4. Yeah, 95 first was better. Even then, it's just a position. I definitely have compensation for the pawn here, because despite everything else, like, my rook is significantly better. I just have a much better rook. And these pawns really aren't worth that much. This is hard to defend. I mean, I'm not sure who I'd rather play if I'm being honest, but... See, it's annoying. I want to play bishop g4, but that's well met by, like, f5, and it's pointless. It's interesting. Knight g6, but I didn't think you would play it. Well, you forgot. I'm stupid. And I just hang a knight, because why not, right? You forgot a very simple fact. I don't know how to play chess. Oh. That one has me frustrated. Okay, wait. And next was... Gone, I believe, right? I do it all the time. I know, I think next was Gone. Let me check. Yeah, I like Hamilton, though. Hamilton's historical accuracy, like, it's usually, if I remember correctly, it's pretty good, but the ending duel, which was, like, the whole point of the musical, it's not clear if he missed on purpose. No, it's definitely Gone's turn. Yep, it's Gone before Void. Oh, here we go. Hard base school. I know these guys. Yeah, I'm familiar with the song. This is the Elmo Dances for the Motherland song, right? No, it's a different song. But it's the same people. Appreciate the response, Chloe GPT. See, look, my bot is Alco GPT. See. Except it's not working right now. Why isn't it working? It's responding as my account. It always happens, man. I gotta figure out why it's a problem. I mean, it doesn't ultimately change things. I sent you a challenge, monkey time. Oh, yes. I thought you said you wanted to play Bullet Gun. I mean, I'm happy with Rapid, as you know, but... Hard bass is such a goofy genre. It's such a... See, I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky that here it's not hard bass, it's turbo folk. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but, you know. It's a... Interesting place that I live. Wait, old stuff. When is this from? 7 years now? Ah, it's not that old. Kick goes dum dum dum. Aha, he's trying to trick me. G6 is a bad line here for black. However, I can go E5 and get a slightly better Sveshnikov. This is a move order trick. Okay, hold on a second. I remember. I have a guy who plays this against me. I think I'm supposed to block with knight. I think. There's something counterintuitive about this position. There's some trick. I don't remember what the trick is. Give me a second. What's the trick? I think, like, bishop d7 was bad for some reason, because, like, bishop takes, and then knight b5 is a lot harder to stop than it normally is. So you're supposed to go knight d7 first, and then play a6? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's knight d7. Because again, bishop d7, I think it's bishop takes, and then knight b5, and I have problems. I've had that line. Again, I know a guy who used to play this. D5 now? D5 now is possible. I delayed it by a move, which might have been bad, but... Yeah, I probably should have played D5 immediately, but... Could I have played D5? Because he could have taken, right? If I played D5 here, he could take. Because I'm not threatening anything. Who's just blundering a knight now? I'm familiar with these from previous opening. It might be D5 immediately. You could be right. Okay, let's finish our development and then castle. Boom. No attack. None of that, please. See, y'all make fun of me for blundering pieces in the opening. I really want to take this. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. It's stupid, but I really, really want to. Can I justify it? Takes. Like king takes or something. It's so close to good, but it's not. It's like clearly not, but it's like really close. I don't want to play safe. I want to take it. You don't understand. I know I'm winning, but I want to take it. And it's not about that. It's about just pure, like, pure I want to get. BF2. BF2, rook F1. I don't see what the point is. I don't see how that improves my position. I mean, I guess I could play, like, E3 afterwards. That's pretty nice. Pretty suppressive. Just really annoying. Stick a piece in his camp and ask him what he does about it. I could also just play bishop a7 here and ask him what his next move is. Queen e5? What is queen e5 threat? Oh, you're saying after bishop f2? Bishop f2, rook f1, queen e5? Or you're saying queen e5 immediately? Queen e5 is probably fine. Again, there's just a few moves I could play. Queen e5 now. I think queen e5 is better after bishop f2, though. He plays rook a2. He's not going to play rook a2. He's going to play like c3 or something. Rook a2 looks very suspicious. And bishop f2. Oh no, then bishop d4. What are we saying? course not bishop f2, bishop d4. Fine. Fine. I'll play an actually good move. Just know, let the record show that I didn't want to. Let the record show that I wanted to play a bad move. But no. We play good moves or something. Could have also just taken this and forced a queen trade. That was probably best. So I'm attacking the rook and attacking the queen. Yeah, that was probably best. This is a little barbaric, but it doesn't look bad. My thought was bishop g3, and I wasn't exactly sure how you defended this. Well, if he's going to play... I thought he could take and like do something. So, oh, give me that. Give me that. Yeah, I guess bishop g3 is really hard to avoid, but... I guess he could have played king g1. No, I could have played king g1. My bishop was on f2. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Give me a second. It's annoying. He gets to f3, and I'm not sure. I don't see the mate. Comeback gonna go crazy? Absolutely. It's funny. I don't actually see how I checkmate him here. I know. Bishop takes, queen takes h2, but then he has a king f3 at the end. That's what I'm missing, is I don't see how to kill him after king f3. I mean, I could probably play something obvious, like knight takes e4 there, and it's amazing, but... I was trying to see if I had something more forcing. Bishop g4, queen h2? Yeah, but then he could sack his queen. Oh yeah, it's bishop g4, not bishop g2, right? Right, you keep the pawn. I still check. I mean, the bishop could go literally anywhere on this diagonal. I know it has to stay here because it has to keep the queen. Yeah, no, it's bishop g4. It's bishop g4, queen h2. Yeah, for sure. Okay, was a6 wrong? It says one mistake. I wonder what the one mistake was. Was it knight? It was knight b. It was knight bd, right? A6 probably not wrong. Oh, there's no mistake. The computer's hallucinating. Nice. It's hallucinating. There was no mistake. No. There's no mistake. It's hallucinating. Yeah, this is... Okay, so it was knight b. It was knight bd. I was correct. But it's not a6 here. What's the correct move? The correct move is d5 immediately. Interesting. And what just takes? If takes, then a6. I guess it's a move order thing. If takes on d7. Both queen takes and bishop takes are playable. Queen takes seems to be preferred. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I know you're right. It's d5 immediately. I couldn't remember. It's been a while since I studied this line. I know a guy who used to play this against me. Now, he stopped once I actually learned the theory, because this is actually a really nice way to mess up people who play the dragon. Because it's not bad for white, but if you play it, and if I go g6, you get like a really good Maroczy. You get like an excellent Maroczy. Because you already have f3 included, and f3 and d6, this inclusion helps white more than those black, and so it's misery. Especially if the person's avoiding the accelerated. But if I play e5, then I just get a good Sveshnikov, which the Sveshnikov is already totally playable for black. So getting a better version of the Sveshnikov is just excellent. Like, it's already triple zeros here. Immediately. And then just hang the knight. Okay. Did it work? Did it work, chat? It absolutely worked. It's +5 if I go f2, and +4.5 if I go f takes g2. Why did you stop me? I told you it worked! I told you! Nobody listens to me. I told you it worked. Because see, look. In this position, I have two things I can do. I can go f2, rook f1, queen e5, and now it's better because if he goes rook a2, now I have knight g4. It's destructive. It's death. Immediate death. It's calling it +7, where the best move is queen takes g4, and anything else is mate. Or I also have the option of just taking on f2, and you can't play king takes because I have queen h3, so you have to play king g1. And then I play bishop d7 to bring the other rook in, evidently. Or just knight takes d5. That's probably what I would have played. I told you it was winning. Why did I let you stop me? I should have trusted my heart. I should have listened to my heart. I knew I should have listened to my heart. It was winning. Queen e5 is nice. Not as nice as e takes f. What do you mean queen e5 is nice? Look at this. Look at this move. You sacrifice a full bishop. But it's completely winning. And you guaranteed get at least a rook back. You get your rook at least, because he can't defend it. Because again, we saw if he defends it, then he loses his queen. Why did I let you stop me? I was cooking. Literally, the best move in the position is queen f3, just giving up the rook. Because there's nothing you can do. Cue the Napoleon meme. Subtitles? Yeah. It's been a while, Pingwing. Upgrades, people, upgrades. You trusted the weaker player? I don't know why I trusted you. It's because I had like blundered a piece like 4 times in the past 2 games. And so I was like, I'm probably hallucinating again. But I wasn't. I was right. I told you, this was so thematic. This is so, like, everything, every rule of chess demands that this be a good move. He has nothing developed. He has no pieces developed. His king is all alone. It's all alone. Literally, there's 2 squares between the king and his nearest piece. There's nothing around the king. Nothing. So this must be winning by the laws of chess. And I'm just giving his piece back, so I haven't even sacrificed anything. I don't even lose any material. Because I'm still even on material. So in this position, I have sacrificed 0 material to get the world's most dominating attack. This is the type of stuff you sack a rook for in the opening. Oh, I'm mad. Okay, Void, it's your turn. Now send me a challenge, so I can sack a piece against you. That's retribution. Lame. Lame. Too tired to play? You're not too tired to keep me from sacking pieces and getting brilliancies? Piece of junk. It's a piece of junk, that's what it is. How are you doing, Penguin? Nice. Okay. Sweep. Okay. What is this? Nimzo? Nimzo Indian? Sure. Hey, he takes so much of the prime. Very good, thanks. Happy to hear it. It's been a hot minute. Bishop b7. Yeah, no, I have captions now. Subtitles. They aren't perfect. They're pretty good, though, all things considered. Because, I mean, they're being live generated locally on the machine that I'm using to encode my stream. So it's not like through some Google API. I've been a bit busy? Oh, yeah? I mean, same, honestly. College. It's a mess. Between doing family tree and other real life stuff. Oh, yeah? See, I don't have to do a family tree because on my mom's side, everything is, like, insanely well documented because On my mom's side of the family are like really big into the family tree stuff. They have like huge family reunions every year, 2 years or so. I've been to one of them. It's actually really cool. I really enjoyed it. It's a lot of interesting people. Oh, play 93. Yeah, let's go. Bishop a6, I wanted to play misclicked. Yeah, I was wondering about that, because Bishop a6 is the idea in these openings, is it not? And then like c4, knight c6, knight a5, and you just put pressure on this. I think we've talked about this before. And I mentioned that this is a normal idea, but not the only idea. My 5th great-grandfather's son was called Dr. Huel, but was not a doctor. So first name Doctor? That's actually based. Wait, that's such a good idea. I should, like, oh, my kid's first name should be President. Oh, no. No, that's cracking the code. That's escaping the Matrix right there. Pronounced UL? Uh-huh. So Dr. UL. UL. Is the emphasis on the U or the well? Is it UL or UL? E2, Bishop E7, D5, Bishop UL. Gotcha. CXD, knight XD, E4, E4, knight E3, like UL. UL. Queen E2, knight takes F1, queen takes F1. Oh, look at that queen. Just wait, beep, other side. Okay, castles. H3, C5. Bishop A6 is just such a nice move still. This bishop's not doing anything, and suddenly it's preventing castles short and being annoying and poking at his queen, because he can't really push. We actually have a family Bible that dates back to the 1880 in my house. Oh, that's super cool. I have some older things, but most of the older things I have are like 60s, 70s. That being said, I know, again, my extended family on my mom's side, they have a lot of stuff dating back a long time. Because we still have some fairly old family members living. Like, I have a great aunt who's 92, I believe. I think she's actually great aunt. She's a wonderful lady. But, and then we have pictures of her parents. I don't think we've gone back that far. We've gone pretty far back to the people, back to, you know, England. Specifically, it was Ireland, and we actually went out and, like, I wasn't part of it, but my mom's side of the family went out and, like, met the Irish relatives. Aw, come on. Grandparents, sibling? Yeah, no, but, like, great-great-aunt. So, it's my grandparents' aunt. Like, I think mom's dad's sister. I think it's mom's dad's sister. No, it's... Yeah, mom's dad's sister. Great-great-grandaunt. Right. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Either way, so, just in general, Void, if you have the ability to prevent your opponent from castling, that's such a huge advantage. That's such a big thing. Castling's such a huge part of chess and being able to, like, hold your position together, that moves like Bishop A6 here are so good. Because now he's going to have to bend over backwards to castle. Miserable. Absolutely miserable for white. Same story here. After queen d3, you play queen h4 automatically. Knight h2 and then bishop a6 again, and he can't castle. Which is such a big deal. Yeah. Yeah, so I see you went for it here. You went a5 to play it, but it's so much worse later on because he's already castled. My cousin Auntie Sharon was adopted by my own mother twice. So my great-grandfather died when he was relatively young. And because of that, my great-grandfather's side of the family all really like helped with my grandmother's, like with my great-grandmother's everything. And so that's a part of the family that my family's always been really close to. The thing about being able to control whether your opponent can castle or not, if you're able to do that, then you are more or less controlling the game. I'm sure some would consider it already being won from a human standpoint. I mean, sure, some engine would say otherwise, but you get the idea. I would say it's something along those lines, certainly. It depends on the position, right? Because in this position, if we go earlier, like if we go here, and we go bishop a6, right? And we play, like, queen f2. Being able to control castling here is a big deal, but white has enough of a space advantage, and black is lagging, doesn't have enough development, that white can probably survive if he plays really good defensive chess. It's going to be painful, and you would much rather play black, but white can probably survive, but all else being equal, it's probably near winning. This is just not an all else being equal position, you know? My second cousins on my grandmother's side, again, they're both 2021, and we haven't been in a room together around 7-8 years. Yeah, it's been a while since I saw him at the family reunion, but I'm the oldest living person on my line of the tree. Yeah, I'm not even close. Because, well, first off, I have an older sibling, so like that makes it difficult. But also, my branch of the tree is some youngest, so. Wait, how do I pronounce this? Duboisa? Dubiosa? I have no idea. Thank you for the follow. And correct me. 92 rookie 1 castles works. F bishop a6. 92. Kinda, but then you can start bringing the queen in on the light squares too, because he's got light squared weaknesses. Either way. First attempt was perfect. Nice! Hi. Hello. We're chilling. Queen's also standing awkwardly. Oh yeah, everything's awkward in the position. White's just got a very awkward position. But he kind of got an opportunity. Oh, knight e5 is such a typical move, and it's such a nice move in these positions. Anyway, but white kind of got an opportunity to fix his structure a little bit. So, outside of almost blundering in exchange, he's not doing the worst. e5 is just very anti-positional because you want to open this bishop, not close it. So c4, intending to play d5 is probably pretty good. Guys, I lost to Alan immediately brillianted against the French. You're welcome. But this blocking off your own bishop, playing perfectly and on point. Well, so far all the moves are very natural. That's a nice move. That's a nice move. I actually like that one. I just started playing chess 2 days ago, and I enjoy the stream. It's very enlightening for 300 elo. Well, I'm glad. I try. What brought you to our most noble of games? Until someone accuses someone else of cheating. That's not very noble anymore. But we don't talk about that. Unless you're Vladimir Kramnik. Then you talk about it too much. Rook xd8. Rook xd8. That knight move is beautiful. Because it lets the queen enter. And this knight is so well placed. And it's ready to hop on to e5. Where it attacks the queen. And this knight can't move because for fear of like check and then knight f2. So it just, all of his pieces are stuck. Puzzles are helpful, yeah. Bishop g5, queen c5, king h1, knight xe5. And again, you can't even take the rook because you just get your queen killed. Queen e4, f6. Oh, just... I had a game a couple of days ago. Painful. I had 4 brilliants. I end up with time trouble and lose to only one move scenario because of the stress. Straight up going from like mate in 6 to getting mate in 3. Chess is stupid. Chess is the dumbest of games. I love it. But I also hate it, depending on the day. Just more material. And now you're up a billion pawns. I mean, sure. They just take it and they resign. Yes, the opening, you missed some ideas. I remember last time you were here and we didn't play this, but you showed me a game in this. You said you were just learning the Nimzo still, if I remember correctly. And, I mean, this was more in Nimzo style than your last game was. But, again, even though you mouse slipped not playing Bishop A6, playing Bishop A6 anyway is still probably pretty reasonable. I was looking for a chill stream, not much background noise, and no blitz or very fast moves because I can't follow. Don't worry, I can't follow blitz either. Unless there's like really good commentary, you know? Like, I didn't watch through the entire event, but I was watching some of the VODs of the team event that chess.com had. And I didn't know that Danya and Hess were both on the same team, but they're like two of my favorite chess commentators. So I don't care what they're doing, I'll just listen to them talk forever. It was quite nice. And because, you know, they're both quite good at chess, it's so interesting listening to them talk. Yes, but blitz and trance music? I could do that. I just don't like blitz. I would play like classical and trance music, or rapid. Don't get to play it much. Don't face d4, c4 much. Really, at 1880, you have a ton of people playing the London. And you play knight f6 against d4? So London would be bishop f4 here, right? Have you considered one of the goofy lines, like d5, c5? Or like c6 here? One of the side lines, the anti-London lines? Classical, so you choke their king very elegantly. Nah. So I blunder a piece, and instead of losing 20 minutes, I lose 3 hours. Okay, wait. Next is Red Penguin. Funnily, I always play knight f3, d5, c5 against Londoners. It's great. Back when I played the Slav as my repertoire against d4, it's what I did every time. I love it. There's such interesting positions. And the thing is, because they're interesting positions, they do really well against London players. Right? Because London players are allergic to interesting chess. So when you get a position that's like dynamic and really like counterintuitive to play, you get something like this going. Oh, good stuff. I mean, that's already like, it's like c3 and then like queen b6, and get one of these going, and like suddenly they have to, you know, find new ideas. Again, if there's someone who studies the London as a main opening, I know a few people. What do I need to do to play? You type !join in the chat, and then you wait your turn, which there's like nobody in queue, so your turn's going to come pretty quick. Exactly. And so, again, there's two categories of London players. There's people who play the London as their main repertoire and like know it super well and play for ideas, and they get like shockingly interesting positions, and they do really well in the complicated stuff, right? And then there's the people who pre-move it. That kills all the pre-movers, and you get interesting chess against the non-pre-movers. So it's a win-win. Again, because the London is really not a bad opening at all if you like learn it and study it like you would any other opening. You can do a lot with it. There's pretty good winning chances. It's very practical and every time control. It's good. But most people don't play it like that. I need to leave. Thanks for the entertainment. I'll be back for more later. Appreciate it. Have an excellent rest of your day. I think I sent you a challenge, Red Penguin. Openings are like that. People are just so anti-fun. For some reason. Well, the problem is when fun is what you and me play, which is like the Dutch. I don't know if you play the Dutch, but... when fun is the insane openings, you know? Because a lot of times, people don't have the same definition of fun. Yeah... I just started picking up the Dutch, though. I've only been playing it for a few months. Now, in those few months, I've been really enjoying it, but... it's crazy. Fun is sharp? Yes. Might have been dumb. Well, let's see if you can prove me wrong. Nope. Might be the coward solution, but this coward's going to survive. They do. They should have played rook takes. I was really curious if they were going to go rook takes, queen takes, because that was really like they wanted that was a want me dead move, which I would have loved to see it, but 94. 94. I was just going to like castle, maybe play d6. I'm not too worried about it. I think the position was fine for me. I mean, didn't think I was like winning or anything, but it's a fine position. I'm not sure I really want to castle short this game now. I mean, feels a little bit suspicious. Yeah, no, I'm good. I retract my statement. There is no longer any dog. No dog detected. Dog-free chess player. Oh, I was ready for some hands. Castle's long? Yes, if I can get away with it. Now, this was a stupid move. I should have gone knight c6. But knight c6, I was like paranoid of this, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't have enough development to do anything. I'm playing bad. I mean, it's that late in the day, right? Also, thank you, Slippery, for the follow. Did I forget to thank you for the follow? It's like 10, 16. Why not e6? Because e6 is a good move, and I'm allergic to those. It's a debilitating allergy, really. Whoa. I like it. Between the ELO 1500 to 1800, I had a 79% win rate in the Dragon Sicilian as white, which is so funny because it's just so overpowered. Wait, what's overpowered? The Dragon or the Yugoslav? Because I'm assuming you played the Yugoslav. Unless you're one of those people who has like an anti-Sicilian, but then you wouldn't specify the Dragon. Unless you're talking like Magnus Sicilian, but even then you wouldn't specify Dragon. He is down 3 pieces? Yes. I believe so. If my math is correct. I'm assuming you played a Yugoslav, certainly. Because I don't know of another line where you could even pretend to have a strong win rate. Yep, my bishop stops for rook h8. Yeah, but which line? What you play on move 9? G4, H4? Yeah. But in castle's long. But what move did you play on move 9? Because there's 3 main lines of the Yugoslav. As a Dragon player, you gotta know your theory on the Yugoslav, or you'll just self-destruct. It's just one of those openings, man. 3, you counting 9G4? Well, yeah. 9G4 in practice performs just as well as the other 2. There's no reason not to count it. It's not as popular as the other 2, but there's no like theoretical reason it's worse. No one's proven it's worse. That was a sideline? It's like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's straddling the line, right? Because it's relatively obscure, basically, relative to the other 2 main lines of the Dragon. However, its win rate is actually better, and it's still played much more than any other alternative. So it's like c4, like bishop c4 and castle's long move 9 are both about the same, and then like g4 is like half, a third, if memory serves, of the other 2, right? And so it's significantly less, but not nothing, and not less enough that it's a sideline. And plus, it's critical enough that you have to know your theory, because the positions differ a lot from the main lines, or the other main lines. Well, yeah, I'm sure you did, but I now have theory against f3. Yeah, because I played badly. Yeah. Okay, so at the beginning, you were kind of cooking, and I wanted to see what you would do, because this is a terrible move. Why do you think this is a terrible move? I want to see what your thoughts are, Penguin. I want to see if you were thinking this way during the game, or I don't want to explain it already. Why is this a terrible move? You see it? Rook takes? Yes. Rook takes. And actually, taking back the rook is not the best move. Computer gives castles short as best move, which is pretty funny, but... yeah, this is very, very aggressive. But on the other hand, I mean, it's an exchange, but in return, you get, like, incredible activity. Like, insane activity. Queen f5. I have to play king g8. And then saying queen takes e4 is best, but you could just also castle long. And you've got full compensation. This is full compensation. You have to play aggressively in this position in order to win, though. But bishop f6? Bishop f6 is definitely very bad. Bishop h6 check is one reason. I'm sure knight takes e4 is also really good. Right? Bishop f6 loses on the spot. So I have to play a king move. And king e8 is definitely bad, because bishop e2, you just bring the bishop in and checkmate me. I'm just dead. I just, there's nothing I can do about it. So, I don't have a choice. I must go king g8. Which, I mean, to be fair, you could probably... I mean, I'm not sure how good it is, but bishop c4 is a move to consider. I have e6. That might... no, because I have e6. If I didn't have e6, it'd be good. If I only had d5, you'd be chilling, but I have e6. Okay, so you can't quite go bishop c4 yet because of e6, but... I mean, even then, it's not bad for you. Okay, I've done my work. Oh, you could still probably, like, play a little optimistically. Now, I hear you lose a piece, but... Even here... But yeah, just queen takes and I have nothing. I have no development. This is what compensation means, right? Hey, thanks for the gifted sub, Slippery. Who'd you give it? Octopus Chess. Ooh, he hasn't been here in a hot minute, but he was interesting when he was here. Anyway, so this is what compensation means in chess. Compensation and sacrifices in general aren't just throwing a piece and hoping it works tactically. Tactically, this is a really difficult position to parse for white. But tactics aren't the only sacrifices in chess. They're actually the less fun ones. The more fun sacrifices are this kind, where your compensation doesn't come in the form of guaranteed moves that result in you winning more material or checkmate or whatever else, but an activity. In this position, if we just do a head count, you have 3 pieces developed and are about to castle, which will bring a 4th, right? Then you can bring the bishop in with check. So you have 3 pieces developed, and you have a very easy way in one move to get 2 more, because this comes with check, so it doesn't count. You face queen d3 against the Dutch a lot? Do you mean early queen d3, or... Because early queen d3 I don't think is very good. Or do you mean like late queen d3 is one of the main lines? Queen d3 move 2? No, I do not. Is it any good? Can't I just play like d6 and move on with my life? Yes. So, if you look at this position, you have 3 pieces developed. Looks fun? It could be. You have 3 pieces developed, and you're going to castle and get a 4th while saving your king, and you're going to get this with check, right? And then, if you look at black's position, I have 1 piece developed, an open king that I can never castle, a rook stuck in the corner, and everything else is asleep. So, while materially I'm better, material only matters in so much as the pieces are doing anything. Knight read. So this bishop and knight pair are worth more than both my rooks, because they're doing something. The rooks aren't, and the rooks can't be for the next like 6 moves. So you have 6 moves at least where your pieces are simply going to be worth more than mine, and you could get something big in those 6 moves. 6 moves in chess is a long time. If I try something rational to just fix my position like e6, you can just break through. It's immediately quite terrible. This is a pretty common idea in a lot of the duchies, is this rook sack. It doesn't always work, but it's pretty common. Are you from Macedonia? Well, define from. I've lived here 9 years, but I was born in the US of A, which is why I sound like a filthy American. Because I am one. Interesting game, though. And then after that, you just kind of lost a piece, which knight f3 is tragic. If you'd just taken here, then it would have been okay. Parents American and Macedonian. One's American, the other's Macedonian. Half and half. Very cool. I think so. It's definitely an interesting upbringing. I feel like I've learned a lot, but whew, first few years in the move were rough. It's very different here than the US. This one is full of mistakes. Let's go. Okay. A Trompowsky. Do you have theory against the Trompowsky, or are you improvising? 6, bishop h4, bishop e7. Hey, Jackie the Sweet, thank you so much for the raid. Let me / shoutouts. Jackie the Sweet. I'm sure I spelled that right. I don't have the automatic shoutout working yet. I'm going to get it working, but you know, I'm still setting everything up. I have no 4 moves. Well, that's fair. The Trompowsky isn't about theory anyway. Hello, Ilyas. Jackie the Sweet. Exactly. Or the Swede with the V, because that's a thing probably. The Trompowsky isn't about theory anyway, so you should be fine. Okay. So now what is this? How do we think about this position? This looks like a French. What kind of French? Is it a good French or a bad French? Looks like a good French, because I think black has more tempi than white does. Humans. You know what? True. That voice-to-speech app? This is Live Captions. It's an open source app that runs locally on my machine and generates captions, and I just like take the window as a source, lay it over my webcam. I like it. I like the technical aspect of streaming a lot, so I like fiddling and adding things. Why? You want them to have the text-to-speech app? It's a paid translator. It's not paid, actually. It's open source and free. StreamerBot, I use that. I use Firebot because I like the customization, and also it runs locally. And see, the thing is, I can't code though, so I'm like a fake fan, you know. Last question. Absolutely. Do you have any Russian or other Eastern European in you? Not that I know of. I mean, the thing is, here in the Balkans, everyone's a melting pot, so I'm sure if you went back far enough, I have things from all over the place, because, you know, that's just how the Balkans are. But, yeah, Firebot. It's another open source thing. It's a force to work without payment translator? Yeah, exactly. No, my computers are not slave labor, guys. They love me. So I have like a machine encoding, and then the machine encoding sending it to an old laptop that I've installed Debian on, but like a headless Debian. And so that just splits the stream and sends it to YouTube and Twitch. It's pretty fun. I enjoy setting stuff up. Knight c6. I mean, I like the way you're playing this so far. Even if c5 isn't perfect, it's very in character for the position. Okay, so now castles I don't like as much. So, something to know about the French is because the center is so closed, you can actually keep your king in the center for a little longer than you normally would. In fact, you probably want to keep your king in the center a little longer, because it's kind of a fake out. If white spends too much energy attacking the king side, you just won't castle. And that energy will be wasted. And if they spend too much energy breaking the center, then you'll castle and that energy will be wasted. Well, I just said I don't like c5. I don't mind c5 because even though the engine doesn't like it, I think it's good. I just, like, literally disagreed. Additionally, stuff like king f8 is an idea, which is not good right now, but in some positions it is good. That's part of the reason people play the French. Now, I don't like the French because I don't enjoy that dynamic. But the guy I know who plays the French does that. It's very annoying. That's why I don't play e4 anymore. I don't want to deal with the French. Okay, castles, bishop d3. 6, knight gf3, sure. C takes, b6. See, what's interesting is knight e2 being better, because you want this knight on e2, this knight on f3, right? Versus if you play knight f3 with this knight immediately, the problem is this knight now doesn't have anywhere to go. This knight doesn't have a good square. It doesn't want to be on b3. That's not an amazing square for it. Again, it wants to be on this knight wants to be here. So you can be fancy and go this knight this way, to get knights on the squares they want to be on. Just again, part of the French is pieces get developed in odd ways. CXD, b6. So if I remember correctly, the b6 lines in the French are always played before you develop the knight, because if you do it after, like you would do it in this position, which I'm not sure it's amazing in this position, but the point is, if you do it after, then you're no longer threatening knight bishop a6, which is the point, right? Because in the French, the biggest problem of the position is the bishop. And so you kind of have to do it while the knight's undeveloped, because otherwise you're wasting a lot of tempi playing moves that don't otherwise help your position. Because this bishop still doesn't have life, right? You need it to be on a6. And so the computer's even saying knight b4 just to play bishop a6, which is definitely correct, but this bishop's not doing anything on b7. It's just as bad on b7 as it is on c8. It's not any better. The biggest problem in the French is the French player. Okay, correct. The second biggest problem in the French is the light squared bishop. Conceded. Yeah, some things the captions bot doesn't do too well. Does pretty well in general, to be fair. Just move to play rook c8, but again, you don't want to play rook c8 because you want to get the bishop, you want the pawn on a5 and the bishop on a6. You want to get rid of the bishop. That's the biggest problem. If black gets rid of the bishop successfully in the French, he's effectively equalized at least, and maybe might even be better. The problem in the French is you haven't done it. That's why people play the Caro-Kann. The whole justification for the Caro-Kann as an opening, is, guess what? I'm going to get my bishop out, and then if we keep playing normal moves, then we're just going to have a French where my bishop is out. Right? The whole reason the Caro-Kann exists as an opening is to solve the problem of the French by moving a pawn twice. Now that's got its own problems because you're wasting a tempo in the opening, right? And giving your opponent a big center. But that's beside the point. Like, an entire other openings branched off from the French just because people were tired of dealing with this in the French. The French just gives winning chances and gives play because if you can play the weird, awkward positions as black, then as white, it's actually kind of difficult to make progress. And the pawn structure is remarkably solid. It's more aggressive than it looks. But see, now in this position, your pieces are not doing anything. This bishop's terrible. You haven't solved the problem of the French, and so you're just playing a bad opening. Okay, c, rook c1, knight b4, bishop e1, bishop a6. Okay, now we're chilling. Rook e1, rook c1, queen c1. Yeah, see, the knight on b3 is terrible, so you want to move it. Because this pawn shuts down the knight. Remember, guys, pawns 3 squares from the knight shuts down the knight perfectly. It's a little chess principle there for you. Well, I'm just 1700. I'm just 2100. I've been 2200, but I'm not anymore. I'm just 2100. It's not... I'm not a grandmaster. I just know a guy who plays the French and who's had a lot of success with it. And I've helped him prep openings. Because even before I was coach of my chess club, I still helped players prep openings. So I helped him prep a bunch of French stuff. And so I don't know the opening that well, but I know it's an opening. Queen xb1, knight a6. What's the knight doing on a6? What's it doing here? The pawn perfectly shuts it down. It's not doing anything. Bring it to c6. It's much better on c6. Rook c1, rook c8. You don't care. Chilling. It is chilling. This is true. It's doing nothing else but chilling. Queen d3. And look, now it's just a target. You have to put it on b8. Look, it's depressed. Even the bipolar gambit is an opening. So many jokes got filtered there. Okay. What can we play against the Catalan? Not telling you. No, the Catalan has a few lines that work against it. What I would recommend probably for the everyman is some version of the Queen's Indian, because the Queen's Indian has a pretty good matchup in general against the Catalan. There's a lot of lines where White has to sack a pawn for dubious compensation if he wants to try and prove any advantage. It's interesting stuff. You have to look into it, but there's no easy answer to the Catalan. You can open some Catalan chessbook course. Well, yeah, but that's not fun. People don't want to open a book. They want someone to tell them. People want the interaction. Queen d7. The fact he didn't play f6 is baffling to me. Usually we play King's Indian setup. King's Indian does fine too. I have no idea. I'm just... f6, and the fact they didn't play f6 is crazy to me because it's such a good move in my position. Resign is an idea against the Catalan, or if you like sharp positions, you can get the opponent's IP address. Yeah, exactly. See, Void gets the counterplay. Knight h4, rook c8. See, now you're fine. Ooh, g5 is good. This is what I mean. You caught black slipping, caught white slipping, and suddenly, it's just a really good position for you. Now, you immediately let him play knight e3, but... Now he's got this amazing knight f5, so it's basically you both are trying to argue about whose knights are better. Knight a5, queen c2, knight c4. Knight d6 check, what's the point? Okay, well, he gave him another check. But, I don't like that at all. This knight's definitely better than this knight. That's not... You get a pawn, but it's not worth it. Black gets too much activity. Again, we talked about how activity is worth stuff. Join the queue and when it's your turn. Wow, I can't speak. Join the queue and when it's your turn, absolutely. But speaking of which, I'm going to have to close the queue because it's getting late. So, yeah, exclam join. Oh, wait, someone's here? Yeah, no, it's just... Oof. 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 No, you can join. It's not a problem. I have time. I wouldn't have told you to join if I didn't have time. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're playing rapid or blitz games. Whatever you prefer. I typically choose rapid. However, totally up to you. Interesting game board. Again, proves why learning a variety of different openings is handy. It's because you never know when you'll accidentally transpose into something you'd never choose. Also, what's your chess.com name, Mr. Wig? Specifically a wig of the slippery variety. Do I just send you an invite? Yes, but keep it unrated if you don't mind. Can you describe my play style? I don't know. Well, the queue is for if you want me to either play with you or I can analyze one of your games instead. That's what Void just had me do. Cowardly? I wouldn't say cowardly. Because you wouldn't call Karpov cowardly, right? You wouldn't call Petrosian cowardly. I'm talking the good Petrosian. It's definitely more on the defensive side, but it's difficult to tell. Knight f6. Okay, let's see what our good friend plays against the Sicilian. Okay. So far, so good. Does he know his dragon theory? Survey says... So far, so good. Well, I know, you definitely aren't aggressive, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Nope. People always forget F3. Is this a dragon or accelerate? This is a dragon. The accelerated dragon does not include the move D6 and often doesn't even include knight F6. The accelerated dragon does not include D6 early in the opening. The argument being that if white decides to play a Yugoslav, which is the main line, then when black plays D5 later, which is a big part of the plan, he's playing it in one move rather than wasting a move going D6, D5. So, compared to the traditional dragon, the accelerated dragon gains a tempo in the Yugoslav. Now, the downside of the accelerated dragon is that it allows white to play the Maroczy bind with an early C4, which is something that the normal dragon doesn't allow at all. G5 better after blundering knight G4? Makes sense to me. And should he have done F3 first there? Yes. F3 first is very important because knight G4 to trade off the dark squared bishop is a key idea. If you let me do that in the dragon, then I have the uncontested dark squared bishop, which look at this dark squared diagonal. It's such a strong diagonal, especially if white wants to castle long, which is typically the plan. This dragon bishop becomes insane. This is the fire in the belly of the dragon. Can it be called random? Can what be called random? I'm always confused with the accelerated dragon, hyper accelerated dragon. Although most got the same moves in different move order. The accelerated dragon shares more DNA with an Alapin than it does a dragon, which is a little confusing for some people. No, it's not random. Your playstyle is random. The hyper accelerated is closer to a Alapin, and it's a sideline, really. It's not as popular because it is closer to an Alapin, which isn't a style that a lot of people want to play. Ilias, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, I got like 3 subs this game, this stream. It's crazy. Rolling in the dough. I'm not sure. It's difficult for me because from some perspective, you're kind of still developing it because it feels like a lot of games, I'm not sure if this is an insult, so don't take it as one, but a lot of games it feels like you don't have a plan of how you're going to win until your opponent blunders something. Stream is blessed? True. Yeah, so the hyper accelerated dragon is closer to an Alapin. You play knight f6 immediately. You go c5 like knight f6 immediately. And so you're basically asking white to play e5. And if they play e5, then you get weird positions. How to say hyper accelerated dragon? Well, if you can find a good resource on YouTube, I'd say go for it. I've never studied it myself. I don't know the positions that well, so I can't recommend a specific resource. Other than that, opening databases, the best way of doing it is finding annotated Grandmaster games. So like Grandmaster games in the hyper accelerated dragon that have either commentary over them or just descriptions in the moves of what the plan was. Because then you can kind of like say, okay, they were trying to do this, this, and this. Right now I'm 1940 rapid on chess.com. Hey, it's not bad at all. I've never played a dragon at all. I play the E6 Sicilian, Taimanov or Khan. Both of those are very good. I know a guy who plays those. One of the players in my club plays the... I'm not sure if he... Actually, one of them plays the Taimanov, the other one plays the Khan. So I know someone who plays both. They're good. I don't play them because I don't find them as interesting as I find the dragon. But they're definitely quite practical, and they are just good openings, like... The dragon is something else entirely. See, the problem with the dragon... So the problem with the dragon is that you should really be playing the Nidorf. And now, us dragon players, we all know this. We just don't care. I don't like that move. Like, objectively, the Nidorf is probably just better. You don't see the dragon much in top GM games because of the Nidorf. Yeah, just watch the How to Train Dragon movies. You'll be there in a snap. Because of the Nidorf. There's no good reason at top level to play the dragon over the Nidorf. Because, simply put, the dragon is a lot easier dealt with than the Nidorf. I hate facing h5 over h4. It seduces me to sack pawns and lose. That's the whole point. Sometimes you can take the sacks as black. That's one of the hard things in the dragon, is knowing when you can accept the sacrifices. Because sometimes if you accept the sacrifice, you'll just win and it's fine. And other times if you accept it, you'll lose. It's rough. Now this position has been relatively easy because I have the uncontested dark squared bishop. So if you look, this bishop is putting pressure on him the entire game. And so my play has been relatively simple. That being said, I have kind of played a little bit baity because I have given myself these pawns, which in the endgame will be a problem if I let it get to an endgame. Typical dragon stuff, the c-file just murdering him. Yep. The dragon is a very punishing opening. You play the wrong move order, you get murdered. As both colors. It's not just a white thing. Yeah, the dragon is scary as black if white knows their theory. If white doesn't know their theory, they get steamrolled, which is fun. But once you get to the, like, 1800s, 1900s, people start knowing, like, the basic theory. And so you can sometimes trick people, but a lot of the times you just have to play good chess, which is super annoying. Why would I play good chess? I want to win, like, fast and easy. I'm having to sack so many pieces to equalize the position. Yeah, that's the dragon. I mean, even in this position, I'm tempting the hands of fate at least a little. I might just lose on the king side. How do we play good chess? I'll tell you when I figure it out. Ooh, I love it. Oh wait, no, is that some remix of Feel Good Inc? I like a Feel Good Inc, but to be fair, Gorillaz often does have some banger remixes. I don't know what it is about Gorillaz that brings out the creativity in everyone else. Okay, let me just... Okay, here was my dumb idea. Yeah, usually white is faster than black in the dragon, and that's one of the big problems of the dragon. But see, the nice part is, he doesn't have a dark squared bishop, so he has great difficulty doing anything on the dark squares. That's why the dark squares are so critical. You might still be better even winning here, I don't know, but I know it's not easy. I'm definitely playing this wrong, but I can't figure out what I'm doing wrong. Does that work? I don't think it does, but now I'm scared. It looks nice for who? H-Pawn does go dummy, but he still doesn't have any dark squared infiltration ability. I mean, I guess he's going queen f4, bishop d3. I suppose that's the plan. Doesn't seem right, though. Bishop d3 first? Whatever. Move order's not important. And I'm not sure bishop d3 first, for the record. I guess bishop d3 first to avoid... but I get knight b4 regardless. I'm not sure bishop d3 first. I'm not convinced. Not convinced. To avoid queen c2? Well, queen f5 also avoids queen c2. Both avoid queen c2. Yeah, e6 sacrifices are typical for the dragon, but bishop d3 much better? I don't know. I'm still not convinced. Okay, now I want to sacrifice a piece. Well, it's my turn. It can't be good, though. Yeah, maybe it is good. It looks difficult to deal with at the very least. Am I missing something? Because he doesn't have any checks. Because bishop takes... that doesn't work. I think this works. I think. It's difficult to tell. It looks strong. Sacrifices on c3 or the dragon. But... yeah, but look strong isn't enough. Case in point. Yeah, I missed rook f1. Ooh, this might be really bad for me. See, the problem is he takes with pawn. That's the problem. It's not takes with rook. Takes with rook doesn't do anything. But takes with pawn is major hurt. Maybe here? No, I can't, because then rook takes is a problem. Strong flag. I have time. I'm not going to flag. Give me a second. And that's a major problem. Flag him. I'm trying to play good chess first, and then I'll flag second. Oof. Oof. Not good. Queen d8? Yeah, queen d8 pawn takes. The problem is if I play queen c5, he can play rook takes, and if I play queen d8, he can play pawn takes. Right? You can take with whatever thing hurts more. Is the issue. I could be cowardly. Like, queen b6, pawn takes queen f2. If he takes my... Not queen f2, queen e3. If he takes my knight, it's a draw. But then queen f7, do I have anything fast enough? I do have a check at least. It's only one check. Guess king h7. Ugh. Missed this entirely. Queen c5. Queen c5, rook takes c3. And I lose my rook on c8, because my rook on c8 is attacked by the queen, which is what I missed. e6, queen g5, queen f7. Maybe. What about e6, queen g6? He doesn't have to take the pawn. Well, I got queen h7. I actually have queen h7 in both situations. Maybe it's e6. e6, rook takes, queen takes. I can play queen takes. No, I can play queen takes. Might be e6. It feels bad to have to play it, but I think you're right. I think I'm still losing, though. Well, it's a lot harder for him to win. Because at least it's an endgame win, right? Problem is now his light square bishop's really strong. Ugh. It's not the most obvious thing. He can't take on g5, I don't think, because then I think I have queen h7, and then like knight f2. I'm not sorry, knight c2. Yeah. And then I go queen h7 and force the queen trade. Queen e7? No, why queen e7? I can go queen h7. I could force the queen trade and go into this endgame. Which doesn't look amazing for me, to be fair, but that doesn't look losing either. I can blockade the pawn with my knight. It's hard to break through. Flag the guy? Well, we're both pretty low on time, so we'll see. That's optimistic. Looks fine. I guess he's trying to play bishop g6. No, but then I get knight e7. Knight e7 was always the plan. Not sure why he gave me that as willingly as he did. Again, this is not an easy position to win. He's only up a pawn, and my knight does a very good job blockading. Let's not. Oh, maybe I should have. Mayhaps I should have. Oh. No, yes, bishop guards. Piece of junk. Ah, bishop takes c3 wasn't good. I missed rook c1 entirely. I'm sure I was better. Hey, Sumner. 1950 on my other account? No. I'm not. No. Again, bishop takes c3 was just completely unsound. I completely missed rook c1. Okay, so first things first. Do not play queen d2 here. You have to play f3 first. Not a good move. Queen d2 allows knight g4, and you're just worse. You're just worse out of the opening. I mean, you can play bishop g5 if you'd like. Bishop g5 and then bishop g5, but it's just not pleasant because my bishop ends up uncontested, and that's not fun in the dragon, as I'm sure you noticed. So you have to play f3 first. Yeah, I shouldn't have taken. First off, taking was bad. I needed this light squared bishop for later attack. Knight b4 immediately was correct. You were close? Yeah, I just missed rook c1. So first off, I should have just played knight b4. Taking was incorrect. I opened up this for no reason. You take this knight immediately if he has a threat, but he doesn't have dark squared bishops, so there's nothing on e7. Knight void. And then 95 was just also counter positional. This is the knight belongs on b4 without question. I got lazy. Then I didn't want to play into a slightly worse endgame. So. But here, you're forced to take, and after queen takes. Now this position is pretty pleasant. If you get greedy inside a take, then you are liable to feel something terrible. Anyway. And then here I'm already losing. But this is not sound. I'm not sure what your idea was. It was queen d8 first. Yeah, this was also optimistic. See, I played my moves in the wrong order. Then like queen g8 and then queen h7, and I just trade off queens, and after I trade off queens, you will never ever win this game. And after a bishop d3, just queen g8, and there's nothing. Looks scary. There is nothing. Which is crazy. Again, goes to show, you need the dark squared bishop. I missed rook c1 entirely. Rook f8. Rook g8. Rook af8. That's kind of funny. You chase the queen around and then play queen c8. And if he takes, take on g4. And you basically play him, okay, I'm not dead yet. And then was I right? Queen c5. You run into rook takes. Yeah. e6 takes. Could I play? I can't play queen c5 there. Yeah. Then here's just a losing endgame. Maybe I could have played a little more challenging and tried to go for the flag. Yeah, like rook c6 would have been a better move. At least I could ask some questions, you know? There's not flagging? Oh, I will try. It was a great game. Yeah, it was interesting. Definitely missed some ideas. Learned from it. Knock off all for the same stuff next time. Yeah. I shouldn't have taken. Knight b4 is very typical in those positions. I delayed it for like 6 moves for no reason. Time is it over there? It's a, yeah, same time for me. That's why the queue is closed, right? Did I close it? I thought it was closed. Either way, I don't think someone is here. Guys, my mate... Plural? Or your mate has and it's meant to be an apostrophe? Okay, yeah. But the question is... I say it, Sumner. See, here's the thing, Sumner. You can say it without it being true. It's called lying. So I can say it, but I guarantee you, next time this happens, I'll make the same mistakes. So that's just how it goes. Chess Chopin. I know it's pronounced not CH. Not chopping. Isn't it Chopin? Or am I dumb? It's French. I know it's French. No, he's Polish. Oh, it's Polish. Well, that's even worse. Wait, then it might not. How do Polish names work? Here's the best game you'll ever see today. I'd expect nothing less than 20 blunders aside. I'll be disappointed. I will be disappointed if I do not see at least 20 blunders. Oh wait, they're about 2300. This might actually be a good game of chess. Okay. Spoilers. C4, E5. Okay, reverse Sicilian. I didn't know bishop b4 was a move here. Interesting. I mean, I guess it's like a reverse Rossalimo, right? Same principles apply. Okay. So far, so good. Just rational opening. I guess f6 has to be a bad move, right? Am I stupid for thinking like f6 then takes knight? Is this stupid? It's probably stupid, right? Yeah, you get knight xe7 is Wittgenstein. So it's just h6. You don't really want to give me the bishop pair. Yeah. Bishop e2, f6. Oh, really? He went for it. He went for it. Well, I guess it's not that stupid. Knight d5, cx d5, knight e7. See, it's really tempting as a chess player because you see it and you're like, ugh, this bishop becomes garbage and he has these weak double pawns, double isolated pawns in the center that become immediate targets for my pieces. And so it's like, normally while f6 is normally a terrible move, this is one of the positions where you like really want to play it. d6, but that's the problem. Yeah. That's sort of d6 typical pawn sack. Now, d5 feels like you block your own light squares. Why don't you play Blitz that much? I just don't enjoy it. The longer the time controls, the more I enjoy it. So I enjoy Classical the most, but it's hard to play Classical online, so I settle for Rapid. Castles, bishop b7, bishop c4, p5, and see, white sacked a pawn, but it's actually kind of hard to win it back as black. Queen d3, bishop a6, bishop b1. Look at that. He's rotating the pieces around for the checkmate, but of course he's going to see it. Now rook d1 is definitely bad. You have to play b4. b4 is a move I've been considering for a few moves, but you just got to play it now. You got to prevent it from opening up his bishop. This bishop's terrible. It doesn't really have a way to get into the game, and so b4 just cements it as being terrible, and so at least you keep some form of compensation for the bishop. Now he gets to play b4 and you're in misery. Queen d2, b3, knight h2. He let his pieces all the way in. Oh. See, now this is when stuff like bishop b1 backfires, because now your knight's on h2, your bishop's on b1. Don't play too good. Kramnik is always watching. This is true. This is true. But hey, you have to think about this from my perspective. I am streaming on Twitch. If Kramnik @s me and says I cheated, that, my friend, is called free news articles. I'll go to like chess.com or something and be like, oh no, Kramnik accused me of cheating. I'm innocent, right? And then I can take pictures of some of the kids, like some of the 7-year-olds in my chess club who I teach twice a week, right? For the sympathy votes. It can include a puff piece about like how my grandfather taught me to play chess because I couldn't speak Macedonian yet, and so we played chess instead of talking because we couldn't communicate, right? And so we do all this, and then at the end I end up looking like a saint, right? Huge win for your boy. Could do a Gotham chess interview. It'd be great. Rook e2's just a moment late now. Ooh, now the pieces get in. Whoa, here we go. Not quite dead yet. What the heck is this? Wrong king move. And so now rook takes f1 comes with threats. Versus if you went king h8, rook takes f1, bishop takes, rook takes, bishop g1, because he's no longer threatening rook takes f6. 95% accuracy, their opponent's blundered a queen and 2 rooks. No, I know he is. I've seen it. I try to stay off Twitter, right? I'm not on Twitter super often, but like once, maybe twice a week, I'll check in on like my Twitter friends and like make sure nobody added me, right? And you see the Kramnik stuff, and it's hilarious. You're forgetting queen takes f6 in between? Okay, queen takes f6, king h7. I don't think it changes the picture. Does it change anything? Because the point is the king's not on the f-file, and the queen in between's rook takes f1 now. Yeah, but you're still not threatening anything. Because you can't force me onto the f-file. That's the point. If I'm on the f-file as black, then I'm dead. But if I can just stay on the h-file, then you can't ever forcefully checkmate me. Queen takes f1 is possible? Okay, queen takes f1, sure. Sure, queen takes f1. But then, I could just play queen takes f1, rook takes f1. And it's the world's goofiest endgame. Oh, rook h8? Maybe. I'm not even sure the rook's doing much on h8. You play like king g4 and you're fine. Endgame does not matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. It's interesting. Rook c8 to c2 then? That's definitely an idea. I think that's probably best. Opponent has 20 seconds. Oh, yeah. You both have 20 seconds. The endgame doesn't matter. You're right. Still interesting, though. Either way, the in-between move doesn't change the position a whole lot, except by allowing you to go into an endgame, which I don't know who's for choice, but it's an endgame. Either way, that's not what happened. You went to f8, and so now this is a huge problem. Because now queen takes, king f8, king g8, and the king's on the g8 square, which changes things entirely. Because no bishop g1. Because the rook lifts, and it's winning. Wow, and the difference, if he goes to h8, and we do the same song and dance... Yeah, the difference, if we do the same song and dance, is now I can go to h7, and so after rook takes, bishop g1, king c4, now you have rook g8 check, and you can bring your rook into the game. Interesting. So the king no longer blocks the entry of the rook, so you don't have king g4 anymore, and since you don't have king g4, you can't win. Good luck finding all that. Oh no, I definitely wouldn't. It's interesting. This is the post-game analysis is post-game analysis for a reason, right? Because now next time you have a higher chance of finding it. Rook takes, bishop takes, queen h6. Ooh. And now he missed it too, because of course how are you supposed to see that? And then mate. That's that's a crazy game. Mutual sacrifices. Again, but not playing b4. Ooh. You need to keep his bishop suppressed. It's crazy. This is all bullet chess, man. It's insane. No, I don't play bullet. I am not a bullet gamer. Ilyes. No, yeah. You definitely saw all of it and thought it was okay, and so you played into it intentionally. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, for sure. Yeah. Did Ilias leave? I think they did. Okay, next person. How many people are in... Oh, was the queue empty? Yep, 0 people in line. Oh, I do have my automatic shout-out button. I just forgot to use it. All 3 times I was shout-outed this stream. I'm a professional. Trust me. Ah, no problem. I'm sorry it took so long, Ilias. Thing is, if I lose, I lose. YOLO. True. True. YOLO is truly the chess words to live by. YOLO, Magnus Carlsen, probably. I clicked a button and my entire Twitch page reloaded. Love it when that happens. I think we just raid Thinker Teacher again. At some point I need to go into like chess streams and like follow a bunch of people and find a bunch of people to raid so I don't keep raiding the same people over and over again. I mean, I'm sure they don't mind, but still. Night. I like Thinker Teacher a lot. Flex. It's probably too late. You probably missed it, but it's fine. It's a flex in spirit.